Alright, so we'll go in here. Right click, run as administrator. Okay, then we'll try that.
Do you see it?
Okay, do you allow this back to me? Yes, hold on. Yes. Same thing, comes up with the same error.
Okay, so you want to make sure that you delete all the versions and stuff like that in your computer. So,
just go to uninstall and uninstall.
yeah, but you want to delete all the like extra files and stuff that might be there. So let me see. There might be. Hold on a second.
Yeah, because if you did a backup, you might have had a corrupted file, and then the only way you have to remove all of those original downloads and the one you had before you reinstalled your system.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so one place you could search real quick is if you type in if you press the Windows key and R, that'll open up the run. You type this bullshit that I just posted, app data with the percentage signs.
Hold on, let me just copy this. Hold on, copy. Those are okay. Paste. Okay.
And from there, you want to look for any folders, any Discord folder.
Yep.
Okay, and then delete it.
Delete it. Okay then.
And then go up one folder. So there's another folder. It should be the folder that's in called local. It should be in. You should be able to see it at the net. This would be like a navigation listing or whatever. Anyways, click on local and also delete any Discord that's in there.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, yeah.
Try and download it again and see what happens, huh?
Yeah, I want to say restart it, but don't worry about restarting. That's going to take time. So just download it and do the same thing again where you're trying to run it as a administrator.
Administrator. All right. Yeah. Be interesting.
And if you still have trouble, you probably want to go into your settings in your apps folder or whatever and make sure that's not present in there.
Okay. Discord setup. Run as administrator. Go. Right.
Same problem.
Same problem, my friend.
Do you know about your did you set up anything weird with your virus settings or your security settings?
Not that I am aware of. To be honest with you, it's just all standard. And I just run the AVG free one. Not to worry. Thanks for trying anyway, Kosho. Appreciate it, mate.
We had our fingers crossed and our toes.
Yes, well, it is weird, seeing as it was on there before. It's not working now, but
Yeah, but if you change your security settings as possible, it's not letting you install certain things.
I think all the sawdust and ending dust and all that sort of stuff have finally got to it.
Yeah, well, you should copy and paste your error next time you see it. You know, I've been trying to work on this Coriolis simulator, but you know what's funny about it? And I was working on this ISS program too, doing the same thing. But the more work on it, the more pointless it seems, because I don't know, nobody cares. So a lot of energy.
Well, it depends. It depends how you are thinking about it. What frame of reference are you in when you're thinking about this, Kosho?
See, now you're getting it. Man, this reference frame thing is really it's one of those things in these conversations that the problem is there's such. And I'll be honest with you that even when I first got in this conversation, uh, I was thinking about it. Like I've evolved my way of thinking about it even, and I think it really takes that, because there's things that aren't that intuitive and that have to be accepted in order to fully accept what the claims are. And
It
I feel like,
has been very hotly debated over the last couple of weeks, I must say. Like, it kind of went away for a while, the old Coriolis. It
yeah,
went away, but
Good
it
time for me.
seems to have come back with a vengeance.
with a vengeance. Yeah, it's like
Yeah,
the McRib. Yeah,
yeah.
I was the cause of reference frame Coriolis spring up a couple of years ago by accident, actually, because I was on Nathan Oakley's show with Zanuck, and I said something incorrectly by accident. I just let it slip out, and because of the way I said it, and it came from something Nathan said, because Nathan was like, you know, if the Earth was rotating, you should be able to get in an airplane and just get up in the air, or a helicopter and get up in the air and just be in California in 3 hours. You know, just from sitting in the air over the East Coast. And I started to explain reference frames, and I said something incorrectly, just the way I worded it, and yeah, they just went off on that for a long ass time, for days, and then days turned to weeks.
I don't know enough about the Coriolis, to be honest with you, Kosho, but I can't see how, like, the globe model says that everything moves with the globe, right? Pretty much. So if it moves with the globe, the problem's pretty solved. Much
Yeah,
solved. From the globe point of view, I can't. I see what Dave is saying with his 45,000 thrust plane. You know, you should be able to see the rotation of the Earth under you, but even with that, it doesn't. The whole globe model kind of counteract that anyway, regardless of how much thrust you've got. If you're within the globe area, not going to be able to see any rotation. I wouldn't have thought.
Well, this is not obvious rotation, at least. I mean, I don't know why you would even expect it. It's like if you were on a merry-go-round that rotated once a day, and even the walls of the merry-go-round were, rotating, and so the air inside, all kind of stuff. I guess it was fairly big too, like the size of a Walmart maybe. So it wasn't obviously spinning.
But having said that, I've heard some people say if you can get a drone to hover, they say a foot off the ground,
Yeah.
you can have it hover there for 3 days, for argument's sake. You should be able to notice the rotation underneath that drone. Well, I don't understand that either. Like how you would even notice it.
Wasn't I supposed to be figuring that out for you the other day? I was supposed to figure out like 5 different things.
Or maybe. Don't worry about it, Kosho. Don't
But
worry
that was
about
one of the ones that I
it.
wanted to figure out. So give me a second.
I do think if Tiger Woods did know about Coriolis, he would have won way more titles than what he did. Just saying.
Well, it's not something that's the reason why pilots aren't expected to witness that kind of thing, because it's not. It's like the most subtle effect out of a lot of the different effects happening on things like that, or the golf ball and stuff like that.
Yeah, but if you're on a par three show, right, and say that par three is 240 odd yards away from you, 5 centimeters is the difference between getting a hole in one, a birdie, or a birdie. Like that's a massive amount of distance in golf. Right? It's a massive difference. The way some of these people can control a golf ball, pinpoint accuracy. Now, not every single time, but they practice. Now they are practicing to get it in the hole. Well, if you know that you've got to aim 5 centimeters to the left or 5 centimeters to the right, or 10 centimeters, or whatever it is, and that can make a huge difference. That's a difference between you winning or losing, between coming first or 30th.
I
Sometimes.
bet it is, yeah. But
Yeah.
at the same time, how many in a what's the big golf tournament? The
US Open, Australian Open, Masters.
Masturbators and all that. So in the Masters, how many? I guess there's 18 holes, or there's multiple games with 18 holes, or
Yeah, yeah. Actually, over 72 holes.
72 holes. It's just like a Muslim, right? Just kidding. But anyways, yeah, 72 holes. How many hole in ones does the best guys usually get in this Masters? Do you think on average out of 72?
Usually, you get 2 or 3 holes in one in any tournament. Usually, thereabouts.
Okay, so look at the odds of that, because that's about 1 in 36, which is about the same odds as rolling the dice and getting a snake eyes, and so that's about a 1 in 36 chance. That seems about pretty fair given what you just suggested, because they're probably always attempting to make a hole in one. That's always the goal, right?
Yep,
And
exactly. That's what the
if
goal
there's
is.
this error that you suggested, right? If there was that amount of error, you would expect this amount of um, probability of you actually sinking it, given all the errors, right? If you accounted for all the other errors, and then there was also this, and then even if you were perfect, you're still 1 in 36 chance of making it perfect, right? So
Well, put it this way, Kosho. Golfers worry about where the sun is when they're putting a ball. Like, depending on where the sun is, depends on how the grass is, how it's angled, and that has a very distinct effect on how the ball runs. right? So if they take into consideration where the sun is, if it's a morning round or an afternoon round, and they take these things into consideration, these minute things which can mean the difference between them, you know, getting the ball in the cup or just missing by a millimeter. Okay, they take everything into consideration: the strength of the wind, the direction, the humidity, the pressure. All these things come into consideration with a golfer, with the top golfers and the top amateur golfers too. Take all these things into consideration, because the difference between having a zero handicap, right, and which is what you need to be able to compete on the circuit, a zero handicap, right? Difference between being at that level, right, and consistently being able to shoot subpar, which is like shooting under par, obviously.
Yeah.
These little things are what makes the difference between the best and the guys that are really, really, really good. These are the different things that come into it.
Yeah. Okay.
So I don't know. I'm being a little bit probably silly or facetious when I say, like, it might make a difference. But still, like I said, when they're taking all these things into consideration, these little tiny, minute things. One more thing for them to take into consideration. It's just another thing in their bag of tricks.
Yeah, sure. I bet you the dudes who know, like the guys who's like, dude, I talked to this guy. He told me to fucking check for Coriolis. Like, and there's like, he's got like fucking, he's like in 5 hole-in-ones in the Masters, right?
Yeah,
I was making 2.
yeah. And when I say there's 4 or 5 holes in one, that's not one player. That's amongst the whole field.
Oh shit.
Yeah, that's amongst the whole
That's
field.
even,
Right?
yeah.
It is difficult. But the amount of near holding ones that you see that miss by like centimeters, where it just rolls just past the hole, it's incredible. Incredible.
Yeah, but it's also important to consider the course, because hole-in-ones are really only possible on par 3 holes, aren't they? Like, you can't have a hole-in-one on a par 5; they don't really happen.
Or a
So
par 5. Occasionally they happen on par 4s, crypto,
yeah,
but not very rarely. But it is, yeah, you're 100% right. But they're still shooting. Some of the they're anywhere between 200 and 240 odd yards. These par 3s.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying is, like, on a course with more par 3s, you're going to see more hole-in-ones, like, naturally.
Exactly. If it was all par 3s, yeah, you'd see a hell of a lot more. Exactly.
Yeah, I got some of the free band song. Hold on.
Don't tell me it's about Coriolis.
But don't worry about what it's about, dude. It's surprising me.
It's mind over matter, man. It's just the visualization technique that they do, and they see it going into the hole, and it does.
They manifest it. They manifest it.
Any top athlete, all do visualization techniques.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
You know what I want to? I've told you guys this before, but you know what I want to create? Because this is definitely possible, and it's definitely. I told you I've done this to my friend. I've done the Inception thing to my friend, right? Where I was able to enter and influence her dreams. All right, it's actually very easy to do if someone talks in their sleep. Okay, but regardless, with this capability, if you were able to do this regularly, I was going to try to create an app that was able to use AI that would speak to the person and enter into their dreams. But anyways, let's say that was able to go down, which it is. But I'm saying if this app worked correctly, you could uh, influence somebody's dreams in such a way that you directed them to, say, practice their golf swing, for instance. And if you practice your golf swing in your dreams, it's just as effective, and probably more effective actually, than practicing it in, like, people meditate and practice like in their heads or whatever, which is also effective, because like you actually get muscle memory from doing that. And they did a study like that with people practicing like free point 3 pointers or free pointers or whatever in basketball. But anyway, yeah, if you had somebody do this regularly, like practicing golf in their sleep, you'd probably gain so much skill doing that. I think it'd be phenomenal.
Some people put
surprise
like
me.
some people put the book under the pillow, and before they go to bed, they tell themselves they're going to know everything in that book. And if they do that over a long period of time, they'll just get it. They'll just know everything in the book. Don't even have to read it.
I just read the book.
Don't just read it, put it under your pillow. It's funny.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, I really that thing. I really want to work on that, but I would really need to be a scientist, because I have a friend that talks in his sleep, and I have two friends that talk in their sleep, and they're both willing to be test subjects.
Guinea pigs.
Yeah. Well, my friend, she was the guinea pig, and she talks in her sleep a lot. I just don't hang out with her when she's sleeping very often. But regardless, yeah, if I had the ability to actually like put that practice to like to perfect it or whatever, and then also do the thing where I said I wanted to make an app, so if someone has a smartwatch or a cell phone, it can listen while they're sleeping to see if they're talking, and then if it can hear them talking in their sleep, it'll try to the AI will adapt to whatever conversation they're having, and attempt to speak to them in a way that they'll accept. That's basically how it worked with my friend. I had to say things to her that she was saying. So I had to basically make, because if I said something that was foreign, or if I said something that was not related to what she was saying, they'd wake up abruptly from being confused. They realize they're sleeping or dreaming. But if you say things that are in tune to what they're saying, it's like you add yourself to their dream, and they're talking to you, and now you're part of their dream. And from that point, you can start to influence it once you're comfortably there, to the point where you're directing the person's dream.
Kind of a
You
hypnosis type thing.
You ever tried putting in someone who's sleeping, putting their hand in a glass of water?
Putting their hand where? Oh,
In a
glass of
glass.
water. I've never done that.
To
No.
make them make them wet the bed.
But I've heard.
Yeah.
Put like one in hot and one in cold, right?
Just a glass.
I've heard it. Is it just an old wives' tale? I don't know if it actually works.
An old wives' tale.
Oh, what's up, dress? That's not a wives' tale, man. I thought that's legit.
I don't think
one
so.
of my eldest daughter did it to my 8-year-old, and it worked.
What do you know about wives' tales, dress?
I had a wife, she used to tell tales. But she's not that old, so probably doesn't count. So I could probably tell you about young wife tales.
Hold up.
I thought I'd come and see what's going on.
We're just shooting the shit.
Yeah, we have discovered that Coriolis is an old wives' tale, and put his hand in a glass of cold milk, it'll make him wet the bed.
Isn't the aureola the bit that goes around the nipple? I don't think that is an old wives' tale. I've seen it.
No, actually, Areola is a football goalkeeper.
I like that. Probably plays for Spain or Greece.
I think Areola's French, but I'm not sure. You have to look it up.
What a great save.
There are some amazing footballer names. I remember there was a guy called Macaroni once, played in the Premier League. Yeah, there's a few others dotted around.
You got to feel sorry for someone that's got a name like that and is a footballer. That's not going to be a fun time in the locker room.
Yeah, but at the same time, I think if someone was relentlessly taking the piss out of my surname, I'd be like, well, I'm making £100,000 a week. So.
We have a famous all black rugby player. His name's Wayne Kerr.
Yeah.
There was a guy at school. His name was Stuart, and his last name was Dapples. We called him Stu for short. Stu Dapples.
Like it.
Yeah. And there's a Maori couple that got away with it. They called their first child Fish and their second child Chips. So they had fish and chips.
I actually did know someone called Richard Head.
Yeah.
And the weirdest thing is I know multiple people called David Gray. Whilst the name itself is not funny, it's quite funny after the singer who had like a bobblehead.
Yeah. Well, who would call their son either like Dougal or Osbert?
Well, Dougal's quite a traditional Scottish name. And Osbert is an Anglo-Saxon name.
Poor bastards.
Yeah, but there are worse names that people call. I mean, think of John Wayne's real name.
Yeah, but I was living with a Mongolian PhD in philosophy of forestry, and when I first met him, I couldn't believe he chose his own name and he chose Osbert.
But that's got to be a difficult course. Do I plant trees? Do I not plant trees? That is the question.
To plant or not to plant?
Be it nobler to suffer the slings and axes of outrageous chopping down.
Now, if you chop down a tree, obviously you need to consider where it's going to fall. Are you going to have to consider Coriolis at that point?
Well, it depends how much of a fuck I give about where it falls, to be honest.
Well, yeah, for sure.
Most of the time I was doing chopping stuff down like that, it was, in a copse. So no matter which way it fell, it was pretty cool. If I had a house nearby, I probably would have paid more attention.
It's pretty impressive how accurate these arborists can be. They're felling trees.
You ever seen them like going up on ropes and cutting the tree down from the top?
Yeah.
Fucking dangerous. Some of those 200-meter tall trees.
I'm gonna go up on a bit of rope with a fucking huge chainsaw. This is gonna end well.
Yeah, it's standing on the branch while they're cutting it.
Hey mate, position the wood chipper below. I'll drop it all in there.
Yeah.
I don't know why I made that tree fella Australian. I do apologise for that.
It didn't sound Australian at all.
That's good. I feel.
No,
I never claimed I was any good. I never claimed I was any good at accents, mate.
It sounded like a Kiwi.
Oh, the best Aussie accent obviously comes from Mick from Wolf Creek.
I was
To be
just giving it a fair go, mate.
To be fair, Kiwis do just sound like
I think the Kiwi accent's about as different as the South African accent from the Australian accent.
Yeah, no, I know. It's funny because I remember speaking to an Australian guy and I was like, oh, it's interesting because when you get to know the accents, like yours and the New Zealand accent, it's quite different. And he was like, oh, I can't tell the difference. I was like, really? I can.
Well, the thing with is most Australians always ask questions because they always go up at the end of a sentence, and Kiwis tend to not do that.
Yeah, but it's not just about the actual pronunciation is different as well. It's like Aussie talk with quite an open mouth, and New Zealanders talk with like a closed mouth in certain ways.
Like the pronunciation is quite different. You know what I mean, man.
Different? Oh my god. Sound like that. Yeah. What about Sam Neill or what's the other guy's name? The gladiator dude. Do they sound different?
Russell Crowe.
Crowe's a bloody Kiwi.
Yeah.
No way. I thought he was Aussie.
No,
He's a
Crowe's Kiwi, and Sam Neill has had formal education in how to speak properly.
And
Because he was a stage actor.
And Mel Gibson, I think, is a Pommy originally. Be wrong there.
No. He's from pure Jewish stock.
Oh, is he?
No way.
No, that's a lie.
Yeah, dude.
Really? Well, that explains some of his behaviour recently.
He's not very keen on the Jews or his girlfriend.
Oh yeah, that's sad actually. Yeah.
That's pretty.
Oh no, I'll do the Passion of the Christ to make them all look good.
Yeah, it'd be good to see a photo of Kosho in your garage with a hat with corks around it, drinking one of your 13% beers.
It was actually a pretty brutal scene in Passion of the Christ.
As I once asked a Christian, well, Jesus didn't have really any choice apart from to go through that whole process because otherwise he couldn't save everybody according to your doctrine. So really, the only person's fault it was God because it was part of his plan, and God's plans always work out. So why are you fucking blaming the poor people with a bit of chopped off top? Exactly.
Absolutely brutal. Can't believe I sat through 7.5 hours of that movie.
Didn't think it was that long.
I felt like 7.5 hours.
I did like the fact they kind of did it in Aramaic. That was kind of cool.
Well, Mel Gibson's actually a pretty good director.
What's he doing these days? Trying to keep his ass out of jail.
He's kind of doing a few more films, doing a bit of producing. People have kind of forgotten the fact that, he said some not very kind things a while ago. So it seems like the woke community has somewhat forgiven him. But it also means that good comedians tend to take the piss out of him. I think my favourite was at the Golden Globes where Ricky Gervais said, "Oh, do you want a bit?" Actually, no, I better not offer you a bit.
I was actually disappointed with the last Mad Max film.
What?
Fury Road.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
That movie was amazing.
Nah, no, it's not.
I thought Tom Hardy wasn't bad, but then again, Tom Hardy's always good. So I've yet to find a film he's been in where he hasn't been good. But yeah, it wasn't Mad Max.
No.
That was kind of. I mean, there were little bits of it, but there was something so I think the problem is it was too polished as a film.
Yeah.
It was too good? I think it was pretty good. It was just regular good.
No. It's the fact that the cinematography was too polished. It was too clean, and that took away from the rawness. What made Mad Max such a good film, or such a Mad Max 1, Mad Max 2, Beyond the Thunderdome, yeah, less so. Was how raw the film cinematography was, and how involved in the speed that you were. In those films, and really that I don't know. I'm just could be talking shit, but Bandy seems.
Why don't you just think of these movies as different movies then? Because because I think if you on their own, they're definitely that's part of what makes them good movies. Because it's not like the story's good, or it's not like there's like a it's like just as an experience, that the cinematography and the what do you call that? What do you call that director? Whatever it's called. One of the directors of director of photography, and also the stunt work, because I had a lot of practice doing that. All that stuff put together, with all the stunts and the special effects.
The analogy I put in it would be a bit like doing a remake of the Blair Witch Project and have really good camera work in it.
Okay, yeah. Well, I mean, that's the thing, though. I think the type of movie it is for like an experience and for like the visual experience of it. I think it definitely is. It's good in that aspect. But yeah, I guess if you were comparing it, if you were comparing it with this like nostalgic, other Mad Maxes, then I can see why you said it.
Yeah, I mean, I still enjoyed it as a film. Don't get me wrong. But then again, I'm a bit of a Tom Hardy fan, so ever since I actually realised that he played both of the Cray brothers in The Krays.
Wait, what do you mean?
Which I didn't realize that. Sorry?
What do you mean you just realized that? You just found out about that, or?
No, it took me like 2 viewings of the film because I didn't even realise it was Tom Hardy in it to begin with. And I thought, holy fuck. That's the same fucking guy.
What the hell, man?
But the thing is, the way he played two such different characters in one film, I mean, yeah, that's kind of like...
He's a pretty good actor.
Yeah.
What do they call it, method acting or whatever?
No, he's character actor is what I class him as.
Okay.
I don't know if he does method acting. I mean, that's Stavansky's method or whatever his fucking name was.
What's the other guy called? David Day-Lewis?
Daniel Day-Lewis, yeah, I mean, he's a method actor. If I'm going to take a shit, then I'm going to take a real shit.
Oh.
But no, I mean, he very much gets into his role. He doesn't, basically, you just don't break character whether you're on scene or off scene. So it'd be a bit hard to be a method actor and play two characters in one film.
I heard Depp and Robert Downey Jr. were method actors. Is that correct or not?
Well, yeah. Well, you could see him doing that because remember he was playing. Yeah, he does that. He does a lot of improv too. But I remember he was playing in Tropic Thunder. That his character was.
That was so fucking amazing, that film. Sorry, it's one of my favorite films.
Oscar for that movie, for that role, and Mad Max actually got nominated, I think, for 11 Oscars or won a bunch of them or whatever. But yeah. I think because there's scenes where he was like he's doing like fake interviews or whatever, but I don't think he was in that character in that role. Offset that was kind of meta if he was like method acting that character.
I think he was taking the piss out of people to do that kind of method acting. And that's what I love about Tropical Thunder is it's such a pet, and I still think it's Tom Cruise's best film.
Yeah, he's funny in it too, yeah.
He's fucking amazing. Take a step back and just fuck yourself.
Yeah. It's almost like he's supposed to be, because he's supposed to be like a big producer dude, but it's almost like it looks like, what's that guy's name? The guy who got in trouble.
Harvey Weinstein.
Yeah, Weinstein, yeah. I don't know if Weinstein acts like that or anything, but
I think you'd probably say, take a step back and take your knickers off, darling.
he used to do weird shit. They come in like the plants or something like that.
No, that was the comedian CK, whatever his name is.
Louis C.K. Yeah, no, he would ask women if he could masturbate in front of them, but Weinstein, after whatever he's doing, he's getting a massage, he's touching people, but some of the women said he would go come in the fucking plants.
Different.
Well, they're the rumors. They're the rumors.
Not rumors. I mean, that's
maybe he was into the philosophy of forestry.
Exactly right.
That's what sucks about the Me Too thing is there was a lot of people who got shafted and got Me Too'd just because everybody was doing it, but then there was legitimate Me Too. So
Tried to get old Trump on Me Too, didn't they? With that hidden recording of him.
yeah, but the actual women, besides the one, other than his wives, weren't gonna because they were like pageant models and stuff like that. So they're not gonna come out against him. Most people didn't, but his ex-wives did.
Apparently, there was a price tag probably attached to it as well.
Yeah, most likely. And obviously that porn star who she was what a real whore.
The porn actress, isn't her solicitor up for some charges?
Her lawyer? I don't know. He was one of those like star lawyers. I didn't know that.
Yeah, no. He's either been charged with something or convicted of something. He was on CNN every second day with that rubbish.
Yeah.
I remember at some stage. Yeah, he was really lapping up the limelight, trying to paint a picture.
Yeah, what a real whore.
The guy that was president of the United States fucked a porn star. There's not much more of a story than that. And then he tried to pay her off to keep her quiet.
Yeah, but
it's good news.
The press was really really determined to even though he's not hard to tarnish, that they really wanted to make sure that was highlighted. Like he every shit he took and every wrong thing he did, or anything he did at all, they would just make it look wrong. And then if he did something wrong, would make it look even more wrong. And
CNN ran with that story for like 6 months. It was insane.
I mean, for me, you don't really have to go much beyond Trump University and his land deals to tarnish his name. He's a lying sack of shit.
That's the thing that I see. He wasn't a liar. He was a dishonest kind of guy, but there was something about his dishonesty that was refreshing, because I've always explained like this: like if you were at a party and there was a dude who was like drunkenly like grabbing girls' asses and like being obnoxiously drunk a little bit and just saying rude jokes every now and then, you're like, come on, fuck this guy. But then there was another person who you weren't even sure who they were, but like every 30 minutes the lights would turn off and somebody would end up dead. Something like that. Like the guy who's at least out in the open about what he's doing, you can see on his face what his intentions are, even if he's saying something different. So I don't know. I felt like it's much easier to it's just much easier to deal with somebody like that who even if they're lying to you, it's clear what their motivations and intentions are. Like you can see right through their and it's not like it would always be a lie, but it was just blatant ego and that kind of stuff.
They're openly dishonest. It's far more acceptable, you think, Kosho?
Well, it's not about it being open dishonest. It's just about it being transparently dishonest. Like it was a type of dishonesty in kind of discussing this that, I don't know, it's just transparent. Whereas like there are people who look like they're clean cut, but they have this ulterior motive and this agenda that, everyone's on board with, and this kind of stuff it's a little bit more difficult to deal with.
They had agenda.
Like you never really know what's going on
These days. What are you working on, Kosho?
Your problem.
Really, still?
Well, I'm going to present it to you in a way that maybe you'll appreciate, maybe not, probably not. But let me see. Hold on.
Okay.
I think for me, I mean, people like Trump, they kind of exhibit all the worst attributes of what you expect a really sleazy salesperson to be like.
Well, yeah, exactly.
You know, as opposed, yeah, and you know, I work with a lot of sales guys, and there are ones that actually are really interested in the outcome for their customer, basically because, you know, happy customers spend more money. And then there's what I call the short-sighted, which will do anything to pull in a deal, but then won't get that kind of trust relationship with the client. Me, I just fucking tell the truth.
Yeah, but sometimes you can't. Sometimes you're not in the business where you can do that. And like I said, I don't have any reverence for the man, but he was in business, and he was in politics then. And he was successful in both, regardless of, I mean, just by the metric, not by actual.
Oh yeah, no, I don't deny that.
Yeah. So it's it's a dirty world. Plus, he's from the same city I'm from, and it's a dirty city with dirty people, and maybe that's why. Maybe I'm biased a little bit because there's something like I said. There's something just transparent about it.
Oh, it's sick. You don't really think. Sorry.
I was going to say, Kosho, do you think he'll run again? And B, do you think he'll be allowed to run again by his party?
He'll be allowed to run again. Why not? But really, I don't know. Probably not. I think that he didn't want to be president soon after he won. Maybe even before he got in office. I don't think there's really that much appealing about actually being the president if you're not a politician. But he's an egotistical person who likes to win on the surface of it, and I think that was what he was concerned with, was just winning. I don't think he was really concerned with actually being a president. So I don't know if he's gonna. I don't know if he's interested in that. And I think it even more so. I think he would rather not run the risk of losing, because he probably wouldn't like that very much. He did lose this, like when you saw what happened when he lost the second election. Yeah, so I don't know. I don't think so.
I don't know much, about how his system works, but from an outsider looking in, which is all I am, I think even if he wanted to run again, I don't think he'd be allowed to run again by his own party, only because of people like Pence, right, that had the opportunity at the time, right, when the so-called rigged election happened, and Pence kind of accepted the result. Now, whatever reason he accepted it, but I don't think that he necessarily would have the party on his side again. I don't think the party are as scared of him as what they once were.
Yeah. See, I was very much into politics back in 2016, so I remember that election pretty well. 2015 as well, and you have to note that he was not at all wanted, or in any way his party didn't want him in him at all until he won the nomination, and then they completely that same day just switched their attitude towards him. But the parties, the news networks, the conservative news networks, most Republicans politicians were not on his side, and then some of them slowly came to his side. Like Giuliani, he was at first running against him, but then he was on his side. There was a couple of people he picked up slowly, and then when he got the nomination, the entire party, including like the House and Senate and all those people, they were behind him because they had to be.
Yeah.
But before that, it was besides Ron Paul 4 years before that, you don't usually see that, like a party like completely disown somebody who's running in their party. But they did the same thing to Ron Paul 4 years before that.
But he once upon a time too had a huge platform behind him, being Twitter, that he was on, that he was able to use as an advertising platform for his message, which he ain't on anymore. So if he doesn't have these platforms now, I don't actually think he could gain support, because like I said, I think a lot of these congressmen and senators and whatnot were rather scared about what Trump could do, with 140 characters.
Yeah, but that was part of.
Could be wrong.
That was part of his story, though, was the surprise, the shock, because he won the nomination without the support of the party until he got the nomination. Then he got the support of the party, but it was almost actually. I bet you the media was actually regrets that, because with Ron Paul, they didn't even really tarnish Ron Paul. They just ignored him, acted like there was no need to talk about him. So it wasn't in any of the news. But Donald Trump, he was always in the front of the news, and even though he was hated by the conservative and liberal news, like he was painted as this enemy and this bad guy, and they would try to. But he was good at spinning the things that people were trying to make him look ugly. Like my favorite part was whenever during that debate when what is her name, Megan, whatever her name is.
Oh, the blonde bombshell.
Yeah. And she asked him, she's like, "Don't you say that don't you call women ugly and disgusting and fat?" And he's like, "Only Rosie O'Donnell."
yeah.
Yeah, perfect timing, everything.
I think what Trump did do, he got people more interested in politics again. I think he was able to successfully do that.
But I said it's tough talking about him because people assume that means like you support him or revere him or something like that. But yeah, not so much. He just it was refreshing to have somebody who was different than the status quo. The same agenda over and over again.
Well, yeah, apparently different, whether or not he was, but he definitely did have the persona being the outside man, not from the system and all that sort of stuff. That was definitely the persona that he created. Whether he was from the outside, whether he wasn't selected for a particular role, who knows? But he definitely did have that persona about him, that he was, the outside, something different.
Yeah, well, I think that he was, if not at first, at least, or if not the whole time, then at least at first. But because you can tell, because like I said, the media didn't let off the entire time. I think for 3 years they were accusing him as being a Russian, agent, basically, which is kind of it's kind of extreme when you're saying that about the president for 3 years. That's a really extreme claim, because that's probably punishable by death. That's sort of treason, and you would think that if they were really that concerned with a threat that serious, then when Obama was president, when they found out about this, you think that they would have investigated it quickly enough that he never would have gotten into office, right? Like if somebody
Yeah.
was actually selected from like an enemy country, and you were investigating this, you'd probably want to settle that before the inauguration.
Who was that woman that he employed, the analyst, that was accredited with being able to concentrate on certain areas? Oh, what was her name? And her husband actually was totally anti-Trump. Oh, what was her name?
What was her job?
She was an analyst. She crunched numbers and she analysed pie graphs and all that sort of stuff. And she was able to, the one, and she was forefront in the media. She was always on CNN and all that sort of stuff, talking about the campaign. And she was talking about the areas that were primarily responsible for Trump's victory. Some of the blue belt areas, I think Pennsylvania, Trump's. I'm going to find it because it's shitting me now.
I mean, he also won because a lot of people didn't like Hillary Clinton too. So.
Oh, yeah. Really. Key campaign.
I'm looking at this bullshit.
I'm trying to find
I
her
think I did
name.
this wrong. Actually, I'm certain I definitely did this wrong.
Because you had Steve Bannon at the time, remember? And he was some right wing.
No, that's right.
No. This is gonna...
Do you know what channel she comes on?
She was on CNN all the time. She was actually on all the channels, but I just saw her on CNN and MSNBC, actually.
She worked for which campaign?
Trump's. She actually had key staffers. Kellyanne Conway. That was her name.
Oh,
Kellyanne
yeah,
Conway.
that was his.
Richmond
Yeah.
strategy.
She worked for his administration.
Yeah.
I forget what her title was.
Yeah. She did have and just before he ran again, she dropped out. Maybe she saw the writing on the wall.
Oh, well, yeah.
Didn't he have an Aussie that was on his? Or he
He's
had
got
an
what?
Aussie too. Yeah, he had an Australian staffer. What was his name? He was pretty high up.
His dad?
No.
What? I can hear you. What did you say? What was his job?
He had. I don't know. I'm trying to find it. So give me a second. His staff. Let's see. Key staff. Aussie. It's like foreign affairs or something.
Oh, we're talking about for his son-in-law?
Anyway. No. It was like foreign affairs advisor or something. Aussie guy. He ended up quitting too.
Tell you the truth, when he became president, I stopped watching the news so much because it got kind of boring because they would just talk about him nonstop.
Anyway, doesn't matter.
I'm almost done, by the way. It's taking me a while because I messed up.
Going into the weeds here, talking about bloody Trump's bloody advisors and stuff. Tell you what, he's still doing rallies though that I see, still pulling pretty big crowds.
I didn't even know he was doing that stuff anymore. Oh, fucking hell.
He's still doing it.
Hold on.
Don't tell me you pressed delete. You did not press delete, did you?
I am pressing the wrong buttons though. Hold on.
Is this your new home, Kosho? Yeah.
No. Don't say that. Hold on.
Say it out loud. Okay.
Don't say it at all.
Well, I'll keep it a secret.
They always
Tell anyone.
They always fucking talk shit to me about that. But no, it's not.
That you hear? Really? You bloody traitor. Traitor, Kosho. What the hell's going on?
God damn it. Hold on. But I think I got it now. But I gotta make sure. I just gotta double check my work, okay?
Okay. I think we need to put a Foucault pendulum on a merry-go-round, Kosho. Solve everything.
Wow, this is correct. Wow. Hold on. This can't be correct.
Can't be. If it's wow, it can't be correct.
This will tell me right now if it's correct. How many? Yeah, this has to be wrong because that's not even correct. That's not how many. I did something wrong. Give me a second.
Oh, damn. I need you to create an app, show that's going to tell me when the salmon are right for the picking.
Okay, I think this might be correct now.
Okay.
Yeah, this looks like it's right. Okay. So assuming I haven't made any obvious mistakes, which I might have.
Hmm.
Assuming I haven't made any obvious mistakes, I'll post my results. How about that, sir? Hold on.
Okay, let's go. I'm waiting. My
Oh,
mouse is waiting to click.
One second. I made these numbers too fucking big.
All right. Oh, here comes Gummy Bear to defend horizontal lines.
Here comes Gummy Bear to reiterate that you guys don't understand reference frames. Whoa!
Lucky we weren't talking about reference frames. Well, that depends on what reference frame you are talking from.
I'm talking from the reference frame of a glober who understands reference frames.
What reference frame are you in at the moment to be talking about reference frames?
All of them at the same time.
Part of the world you in, Gummy? You have told me before, but I forgot.
I usually live in Sweden, but currently I'm staying in the UK for a little bit for
Nice.
studying purposes.
Okay, cool.
Okay,
You're
man.
doing like a internship or exchange student type of thing, or what?
Yeah, I'm doing it's like a, I don't even know how to describe it in English right now. It's kind of like more of an exchange student type deal rather than internship, at least.
Nice.
Kind of just trying to or getting to experience a different cultures or like a different university style of teaching and seeing the differences and stuff like that.
Yep.
Okay,
My
Mr.
boys were supposed to do that with their Japanese class, but it got all canned because of what's going on the last couple of years.
Mm.
Right, what have we got here, Kosho?
I can already tell you that it's wrong. So give me a second. Deleting it right now.
Okay, then. I would be. Too late. The screenshot. I've got it.
Yep, posted wrong information. You're gonna get banned.
Yeah. Misleading.
I fucked up, dude. So hold on a second. Will you please hold on?
We're messing with you, Kosho. Come on.
Well, dude, yes, I'm not. I just can't take it right now, dude, because I fucked.
Okay.
I'm gonna fucking get.
Kosho is a perfectionist, so.
Can't believe I made such a dumbass, stupid mistake, dude.
So what field, Gummy, are you studying?
Essentially civil engineering, but with a direction of mathematical programming, so data management and AI and that kind of direction.
Oh, nice. Happy days. I would be a bit concerned if you were going to be like a bridge engineer or something like that. Considering you'd have to put a big curve in the middle of it, I'd be a little bit concerned. But seeing as you aren't doing things like that, I can travel safely.
Yeah, don't worry. In the future, I'll have designed an AI that makes the bridge for you. So just don't worry about it.
It's absolutely amazing. My boys are just starting to get into AI at the moment through school and their mathematics and physics and stuff. And some of the stuff that it writes program. They've got AI that actually writes programs for you. It's just like mind blowing, absolutely mind blowing what they tell me.
They got some robots that will blow you.
Yeah.
In Japan, probably. Yep, I've heard that.
In America.
Yeah, but the fact that you actually got AI that can actually provide its own pro. I remember back in the day, Gummy, that the huge thing was getting computer programs to play chess, and they'd pit them up against these grandmasters, and they found it extremely difficult to be grandmaster at chess if they could at all. But now my boys were telling me that it's actually commonplace that a grandmaster at chess really doesn't stand a chance against AI.
Yeah.
The chess, which one was it? Watson even beat Ken Jennings at Jeopardy, dude. He was so pissed, dude. He was like, he did a TED talk about how like robots were gonna take over. After he lost, dude, he was so butthurt by it. All right, hold on. It's definitely gonna be worth the wait, so just hold on.
Bated breath here, Kosho. Bated breath.
Stop baiting, dude.
You gonna blow the flat Earth into a globe?
Well, I don't know, Gummy, because did you know, Gummy? Did you know, Gummy? A fun fact. This is a fun fact that every single pool in the world is horizontal and parallel to each other. Do you know that?
No, that doesn't sound like a true fact to me. I would love to see the evidence of that fact.
Actually, I'm going to Google it right now. I'm going to Google
Actually, before you do that, Bandsaw, the data's ready. The data's ready. Okay. On top, I have the it's just numerical numbers, and on the bottom, I just put scientific notation, just for the smarter people. And there's people who they can see that and that doesn't mean it. So I put it on top of the numbers. Yeah. But anyways, I don't know. Anyway, so anyway, my point. Let's just look at what this data means. Okay. So what this data represents is you have a drone, Bandsaw, and you're flying the drone. It's perfectly flying 1 foot off the ground, and it's not flying in above the ground due to anything at all. It's actually due to magic. It's magically floating 1 foot off the ground. Okay. Not completely magical because it's keeping its conservation of momentum. Okay. It's just that there's no mechanism, like there's no propellers making it do it or magnets. It's there's no forces acting on it. And the reason I'm saying this is because that would create problems. We're talking about a hypothetical floating drone that is not affected by anything, except for conservation of momentum. Anyways, having said all that, this is the deviation between the position right beneath it and the drone's, where the drone's going to deviate due to Coriolis. This is not the same Coriolis as a bullet, being shot somewhere. This is still Coriolis, but just not that same Coriolis. This is Coriolis in the vertical direction. So anyways, this is a deviation that you will experience. It will experience. After 1 second, it'll be about that many millimeters. Okay. 0.22. Although I think that number was, hold on a second, dude.
Wait, how high is this drone?
Hold on a second, bro.
He's mucked it again. He's going to have to
Be quiet, dude. Be quiet for a second, dude. Because give me a second. Hold on. All right, hold on. I gotta just fucking. Give me fucking 1 second. I gotta give this back to you guys. Just give me a second.
Got to delete it again.
Listen, dude. Do not copy and paste. Or do not take a screenshot. Hold on. Already done. I can already present it again. So hold on. Okay, without further ado, Here's the real data. Okay. Yeah. So, anyways, in 1 second, it has already deviated that many millimeters, a very small amount of millimeters. Okay. And if you look, that's about that many meters. Okay. That's not important. What's important is after 1 minute, the deviation is about 1.32 millimeters different. After a minute, this is the deviation of the drone and the ground. And after a full day, it's about, what is that, 19,
2
about
meters.
2,000. Yeah. Thank you. That's actually, thank you. That's a good way of looking at it. I'm like, these numbers don't make sense to me, but that actually makes sense the way you said it. After a day, it's about 2 meters deviated from its position.
Crazy.
How high up is this drone?
1 foot off the ground.
1 foot. Okay.
Yeah, 1 foot.
This is
1 foot. It'll deviate 2 meters in a day.
That's right. Due to that effect. So it's like the flying the helicopter in the air and landing up in California from New York or from wherever the fuck. I could put those numbers in here and see where that would, how long it would take you to do that, but I'm not going to do it right this second.
So with this magical drone show, it's just there. It's just there, and it's in the perfect. Nothing else is influencing it. No wind, no magical Coriolis winds, no nothing. It is just there.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yep.
Why doesn't it stay in lockstep?
It's because there's two different speeds. The same reason why if you travel across the Earth, you're traveling at two different tangential speeds now. So you're going to retain your speed. If you left the equator and you went somewhere north and you're going slower than where you were at the equator, since you retain that speed, unless you lost it somehow, but let's assume you're ballistic and you retain that speed somehow. By the time you get to where you're going, you still have that westward. Is it westward or eastward? Let's assume it's eastward. So you still have the eastward velocity of 1,000 miles per hour. And if where you landed, like I said, if the ground's moving substantially slower, then you're going to be moving eastward compared to where you end up at. So just and likewise, if you are going vertically, when you're on the surface, you're going at a certain speed, and if you keep that same velocity eastward as you go upward, you're going to need to be traveling faster eastward to stay over the same spot in the ground. And the higher you go, the faster you'll need to go to keep that same speed. If you're maintaining the same speed you had when you left the ground, then the Earth is going to rotate beneath you, more and more as time goes on. So you're going to slowly deviate from that position.
I get when you're on the ground, right? You're moving at the same speed as the Earth, right? And you maintain that. And when you go off the ground, right, don't understand, right, why the gravity doesn't keep you in place.
The gravity is only pulling you to the ground, but the conservation momentum, you maintain your momentum, but that momentum is not enough, because if you think about it, there's the circumference of the Earth. Let's say it's 24,901 miles at the equator. If you leave the surface of the Earth and you make a circumference, you make another circle, you're gonna need a bigger circle now.
Did you take into account the moment of inertia increasing?
No. What do you mean? Why would I do that?
So think about the figure skater. When they reach their arms out, they slow down. When they pull their arms in, they speed up.
Yeah.
So when the drone is actually rising up, its moment of inertia is increasing, and therefore its rotational, its angular speed will decrease.
But yeah, but it's, I mean, it's the same thing, but just explaining it in a different way. Because like with the circles, because the paths it's traveling, if it's 24,901 on the surface, and then it goes up some distance to where the entire circle around the Earth now is 25,000 miles instead of 24,901, then, you know, in order to maintain the same speed so that it goes around the Earth once in the day, for instance, you know, it needs to divide that by 24. So 25,000 divided by 24 needs to be moving, instead of 1,038, it needs to be moving 1,041 miles per hour in order to maintain its position. So keeping its position, or keeping its velocity, the velocity it had when it left the ground, it's going to lose its position over time.
If you have conservation of momentum, is in that drone, right? So it serves its momentum as it lifts off. Right? So there's no spin, there's no nothing. This is a magical drone. It doesn't have propellers, doesn't have anything. It can magically just levitate 1 foot off the ground.
All right.
Okay, then. So we have gravity, right, which works in a downward vector towards the center. Okay, which is keeping it in place. So now, where is this force, other force, where is this other pressure coming from that is applied to the drone that enables it to drift off course 2 meters over a day? Because to me, the gravity should keep it exactly in place because it hasn't moved. It's magically just there. Right, so the Earth is rotating, so it's in the same spot all the time, and it's being sucked to the middle all the time. Okay, then, but now all of a sudden, Earth it can rotate more, right, and get 2 meters in front of it. It's drifted 2 meters behind or whatever. Why hasn't it locked onto that drone and kept it in place?
That's an amazing question. It's an amazing question because it brings us to another fucking topic that nobody likes talking about. They hate the word fictitious force, but that's the answer to your question. Is this is the reason why it's considered a fictitious force or a pseudo force or an inertial force, is because there's not actually a force that's causing that deviation. It's a reference frame. It's a difference in it's a reference frame translation in which in that reference frame you're going to observe this deviation, but it's not an actual force that's doing. It's not a force that exists in every reference frame. So this is why people say Coriolis is a inertial force or a fictitious force, is because this deviation does occur, the 2 meters in a day or whatever, but there's not actually there won't be a force you can identify. It's just the fact that you're in a rotating frame, and yeah.
Regardless if it's a fictitious force or a pseudo force or whatever force it is, right? There has to be something, right, that is making that drone move or drift, because gravity has locked it, right? Because it's pulling it to the center, right? Everything is in relation to gravity. It's always getting pulled to the center all the time. So there's all of a sudden now gravity lose its full force, for want of a better word. Its grab that drone, right? It's not quite as strong, and so now the drone drifts? Like, what happens to the gravity to
This is a
let
good
it
question.
go? All right, so it allows it to drift because it's not making sense to me.
Well, I have to tell you.
I understand what you're saying, but the practicality of it,
Hmm.
I'm not getting.
Okay,
Like, to me, yeah. Sorry.
this part is important because it has to be clear that nothing about gravity's effect on it, or its relationship with gravity, that hasn't changed at all. There's nothing different about that at all. Whatever's causing it to leave the ground, like the magical lift, that's the only thing that's, the relationship it has with gravity. Let's just say it is the propellers. Let's say it's using the propellers and it's not magical anymore. But
Yeah.
regardless, that's the only thing that's affecting its downward force. So its conservation westward or eastward or with the rotation, like that velocity and um, that conservation of momentum, it's not even related to the gravity. It's in a different vector. It's a perpendicular vector to gravity. So that doesn't change at all. That's probably um, that might sound confusing, but actually this next thing might sound confusing. So I'm reluctant to say it, but this is why orbits actually work, is because there's a perpendicular direction of, like, the force of gravity is downward, whereas this tangential velocity horizontally, it's not at all affected by that force, and it's not affecting that force. So that relationship doesn't change at all.
I can get Kosho the Coriolis effect, right? When we show it on the merry-go round, it looks like something is curving, but it's not. It's actually traveling in a straight path. But it's the illusion, so to speak, of that ball or whatever it is that's curving, right? But the actual ball is going in a straight path. I've got no problems with that whatsoever. But now we're not talking about an illusion, actually talking about something actually moving, as a result of this Coriolis force, or this pseudo force or fictitious force, or however we want to put it. Something is actually moving. It's no longer an illusion. Okay, something is actually happening. And so for something to happen, right, something has to happen. There has to be some sort of pressure applied to it from a force, right, to make it move.
Yeah.
Right? So that's what I can't get my head around. Like, I get the whole idea of the illusion of the Coriolis force, and depending on what reference frame you're in and all that sort of stuff, I've got no problems there whatsoever. But now, in our little hypothetical, this thing has actually moved.
Uh-huh.
It's no longer an illusion. It is actually moved from point A to point B. So something has to have made that move from point A to point B, because it's no longer an illusion. So I want to know what has actually made it move from point A to point B.
It's funny you said that, because in the actual Coriolis that we always describe, or the merry-go-round or whatever, I know people use the term illusion, but that's another word that I probably won't use, because I don't think it is an illusion. Like, there's nothing there's nothing fake about it. It'll cause a real.
What you see is what you see.
Well, right, yeah, but even like if the Coriolis, like if the one that's going horizontally, like the bullet or whatever, the course we always talk about, it's going to cause actual deviation, and so it is actually going to move an object, different from where it was headed, or where it would be headed normally, which is basically the same thing that's happening in the upwards direction. It's moving over, and where it's different than it would have been if it was still on the ground. You know what I mean? I guess the difference is this: you're talking about an object that's not already moving. It's kind of an object that's just floating there.
Well, even with an object moving, say a bullet, Kosho, say a bullet, all right, that is moving, and we have to allow for Coriolis. But gravity is always going to be gravity, right? It's got the same strength. So as this bullet is moving over different latitudes or different longitudes, whatever the case may be, it is going through different gravitational strengths. So this gravity should be able to lock onto it and keep it on that path, so to speak. But these objects are actually moving. Right? Something has to make them move. It isn't, I use the word illusion, but you know exactly what I mean. Like,
Yeah, I do.
I don't mean like it's fake. It's not happening. But in the hypothetical that we built with the drone, right? The drone actually moved from point A to point B due to Coriolis. Now, if this gravity is locking things in, it doesn't get stronger, it doesn't get weaker. This drone should stay in place. Now there has to be something. There has to be something else acting upon it, right, that makes it move from point A to point B.
But that's what I meant before, though. Is the gravity's not locking it. Gravity's not doing anything to it horizontally, so it's not locking it in at all horizontally, like at all in the horizontal direction. It's just pulling it downward, so it's free to move left and right. And it's, I mean, like I said before, I made that. I'm trying to think of another scenario of something that's like a merry-go-round. That's perfect. A Ferris wheel. A Ferris wheel. Yeah. So let's use the same magical drone, okay, and we'll put it on right above a Ferris wheel, and it's right above it, such that like when it spins around, it moves with it. So it's sitting on the roof of one of the cars in the Ferris wheel. Anyways, and so it's sitting right on the top. And let's say the circumference of that Ferris wheel must be, I don't know, 100 meters circumference. If you connected all the tops of the Ferris wheel, the full circle is 100 meters. And if you were to move that drone, instead of it being right on top, you can put it 5 meters above that. So it's 5 meters above the roof. If it stayed there as it went all the way around, and it stayed outside of the Ferris wheel, like it stayed 5 meters away from the Ferris wheel from and all directions all the way around it, then it would be making a circle that was, 5 meter radius bigger. And so if it needed to stay with the same car as it went around, whatever speed it was going to on the roof wouldn't be sufficient because, it would need to make that same circumference in the same length of time. Let's say it was, I don't know, a minute. It took a minute to go all the way around. So it would need to make that same circle. It would need to take 1 minute to go all the way around. And since the circle's bigger, it would need a faster speed to do that. And in this case of something leaving the ground on Earth, if you're not changing its speed and making it go faster, then in the case of the Ferris wheel and the drone on top of it, as the drone went around in 1 minute, the one that was 5 meters above it, it would still go the same speed it was going when it was on the roof, but that's not enough to make it go around once because that circle is bigger. So it's going to end up, trailing behind the Ferris wheel.
See, now I'm even more confused because you said that the gravity doesn't work in the horizontal; it's only working in the vertical. Okay, then. So it has no effect horizontally. So then, if I was to get this drone and put it on the equator, well, then the Earth then should a day go one full revolution underneath the drone if it's not working in a horizontal thing.
Well, so the gravity is pulling it downward. What's keeping it in lockstep, so to speak, with the globe as it leaves the ground, and people say lockstep, but the reason it stays with the rotating Earth as it goes around, that's the conservation of momentum. So just because it conserves its momentum, so it leaves the ground. It had the 1,038 miles per hour on the surface, and it leaves the ground. It still has that 1,038 miles per hour eastward. So
if I'm on the equator, right, and it conserves its momentum, right, how can there be any drift whatsoever of this drone?
Do you want me to speak up if I think something's wrong,
go
Coach? Or do you want me
ahead.
to?
I don't know.
Because the thing is, that's not true.
I'm
It would actually.
confused at the
It
moment.
would
I'm really
actually.
trying to understand how this coming. Sorry, buddy.
You know, I was just gonna say it does actually decrease in speed because of the conservation of angular momentum.
Yeah, all right, that's what I'm saying. No, you know, no decreasing in
so,
speed. You're
so
saying
what I'm
decreasing
saying,
in total speed.
yeah. So what I'm saying is, if you start off with 1,000 miles an hour at the surface, and then let's say you double the radius. So you all you do is you increase it upwards until it's double the radius. It will actually only go at 500 miles per hour in linear speed.
You're talking about orbit now.
No, I'm talking about any kind of rotational movement, including on the surface. Because the thing, the actual total like time it takes to go around Earth for something increases like quadratically, but the actual distance you need to cover, because the distance you need to cover increases linearly, and the speed decreases linearly. And because they work together to increase the time it takes to go around, that increases quadratically. So there's it's not just that you need to cover a greater distance at the same speed. You need to cover a greater distance, and because the conservation of angular momentum, you have a lower speed. So it's twofold: greater distance and lower speed. And I think, as far as I've heard, you're only taking into account the larger distance, not also the lower speed.
Yeah, but why do you say your speed? Why would you have the lower speed?
Because you have gravity pulling on you, and so when you're increasing in altitude, then gravity would still pull on you. And because when you're increasing in altitude, your velocity vector will be no longer perfectly perpendicular to gravity, so gravity will actually work to slow you down.
Why would it not be? Oh, you're saying the gravity vector and the perpendicular. Okay, but wait, why wouldn't it be perpendicular anymore?
Because as you're rising up, imagine as you're rising up in altitude, your velocity vector is now like away from it's not perfectly up, because you're already rotating in a circle. I'll post a picture of it in a second.
Yeah, but it isn't always going to be tangential to whatever the circumference of your path is if you're going in a circle around the Earth. That velocity vector is going to be perpendicular to the gravity vector. I don't understand what you mean.
So okay, so this is of course the opposite way. Let's see, because this was the best picture I could find. Let me just think about how to. Let me think about how to explain it.
Why is that Why is that velocity vector slanted like that?
Because it's decreasing in altitude. If it's in a perfectly circular motion, it's perfectly tangential to the surface or perpendicular to the surface. But
You're talking about while you're increasing your speed.
Yeah.
Okay, well.
So, like in this case, it's while you're decreasing. Well, now your velocity vector isn't perfectly parallel anymore, so it will actually decrease. Or
okay,
no, when it's going down, it increases. When you go up, it increases.
I think in this scenario, we're just assuming that it's it's on the surface and then it's 1 foot above the surface. So
yeah,
I think we're not really including the. But you're saying you're going to lose that velocity during that route.
Yeah, because if all you're doing is accelerating up, so let's say with the drone, all you're doing is accelerating straight upwards. You're not doing any in the forward direction. You're just doing straight upwards. Then you will actually slow down your linear, like your forward your forward speed.
You know what? I think that definitely is making it more confusing because I'm even confused.
Yeah.
Well, now I get what you're saying.
That's why I was like, I didn't want to make it more.
During that path. Yeah, but let's just assume in this scenario we're talking about the drone being on the ground and then the drone being a foot off the ground, and we'll forget about the route.
Yeah, because then it's because your point still stands. It's just like it does. is not 100% the picture, but I mean, nothing
I
ever
see
is.
what you're saying. Now that makes sense. Like if because you're talking about the your new path is not just comparing those two circles. Your path is the path to that other circle is like a weird shaped fucking
a curve.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Yeah, but regardless, that aside, yeah, we're just talking about the two different. Just talking about the Coriolis that exists from being at the two different altitudes.
Yeah. Then yeah, you're right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, then. So now we have this magical drone. Okay, it hasn't left the surface, right? Because what we do is we hang it, right? We hang it from a frame, right? And it miraculously is on a bit of rope, and we cut the rope, but it doesn't move in altitude. It stays exactly where it is, exactly, right? And now it's just hovering. Right? So we don't have to worry about tangential speeds or any of this kind of stuff because it hasn't lifted up, hasn't moved, got no funny angles to work with or anything like that. It is just there magically.
Okay.
Now what? Does it still drift?
Wait, what did you do? You added a rope?
No, because this drone had to. From what Gummy is saying is like this thing is taken off, and now we have it like a different angle, and it's kind of gone in a bit of an arc, and now it's got a different speed and all this sort of stuff because it's taken off from the ground, and it's got off to 1 foot off the ground, and by taking off, this is where it is losing speed in the process of taking off and getting to that 1 foot or 1 meter off the ground. So this drone is no longer taking off. It's just there because it's magical, a magical drone, right? So now it's just there.
Right.
Okay, so now it's got no tangential speed to have to worry about losing or gaining or anything like that. It's just going to stay there, or is it still going to drift?
It was on the ground, or it was on the above the ground.
Above the ground.
And it was always above there, so it hadn't moved. Yeah, if it started out, yeah. So something like let's say you let the drone off at the top of the Eiffel Tower or something. It's a big building, right? It's going to retain the speed that it has from wherever you leave it. So if you're on top of that building and you just have the drone sitting there and it's not off the ground, it's still on the roof, it's going faster than the one on the ground, all the way on the floor on the ground, but it's not going to deviate in comparison to that because it's going to retain that speed. You see, so it's whatever it's going to retain the speed. Say what?
It'll stay there. It won't drift.
Right, yeah, but it's going to retain the speed. It's going to retain whatever speed that you've that it had when it left the ground. Like when we talk about ballistic, that's why we usually talk about ballistics because ballistics aren't affected. But once it's launched or shot or whatever, assuming nothing else is affecting it besides the wind or whatever, but other than that, nothing else is affecting it. It's gonna keep that same eastward speed. So it's the same thing with the drone. If the drone's on the ground or on the roof of that building or wherever it is, it's going to retain that rotational speed. And yeah, it just so happens if you're further from the ground, your rotational speed or your tangential speed is actually slightly faster. It's only if you're retaining your speed for some reason. So if you have a drone and you left the ground and put it to the top of the building, like you flew it to the top of the building, and it's a magical drone, one that is not using propellers or wind, so it's not affected by the air or anything like that. It just happens to magically float there at the top of the building, and it still has retained its speed it had on the ground. Then it would experience this Coriolis. So, if you had a drone that somehow like I said, was magical like this, or maybe you have a drone that is on the moon and it somehow floats in some other way that is not affected by anything. It just somehow is able to be off the ground. then yeah, it's going to experience. You'll see it experience this sort of Coriolis. But this is kind of why this is why we have this higher, like the jet streams and stuff like that. Like we have higher altitude winds that are going at much different speeds than the ones down here. It's because it's experiencing Coriolis, but in a vertical direction. And in the horizontal.
Due to pressure, but you can
Say what?
pressure.
Yeah, pressure. That's right. Why not?
Well, that's the only way anything moves, Kosho, is through pressure.
Well, that's the thing. Pressure is just a specific description of a force, and we're talking about pseudo forces. So, I mean, you could talk about some sort of Coriolis pressure, but it kind of seems confusing to me.
Well, I'm yet to see anything move without the application of pressure. Anything, whether it's wind or rock, everything in between, to apply pressure.
What about when you're in the car and you're in the back seat and somebody takes a right turn going very fast and you hit your face against the window? Of course, you're going to be applying pressure to the window with your face, but what caused you to fly against the window?
It's the centrifugal or centripetal force.
Yeah, you were right the first. Yeah, centrifugal force.
That is applying a pressure on your body.
Body's the pressure.
Applying a pressure.
But the centrifugal force doesn't exist. You're not actually being pushed to the side of the car.
You're always pushed. You're never pulled. Nothing pulls.
Well, no. In the car example, what actually is happening? It's not that you're being pushed to the door. No, it's not that you're being pushed to the door. It's that the door is turning and you're not turning yet. So the door actually goes into you, not you going into the door.
The door is pushing into you.
Yeah,
so the
because
door is applying the pressure.
No such thing as a pulling force, only push. That's how anything moves. Push.
so how does a rope move?
How does a rope move?
Yeah, I
You mean
take
like tug of war?
I take one end of a rope and
You're pushing it forward.
pull
You're
on
pushing it towards you. You're pushing it towards you. It's a semantic game, though. It becomes a
No.
semantic game.
Exactly.
So the other side.
Pull,
Hold on. The other side of the rope, the other side that no one's holding. How is that coming towards me?
pushing it towards you.
Yeah, because it's being pulled.
No, because you're pushing it, right?
So I'm pushing. I'm pushing.
Push
Okay.
Is a.
So let's agree. Let's say I agree with you that I'm pushing on one side, but on the other side, in order for that to come with, it needs to be pulled by the rope itself. I'm pushing on this one side of the rope, but the other side is pulled along by the rope.
No, where's the pressure being applied? Right, where your hands are. Right, so you're pushing up against the rope. And that
So you're gonna are you gonna ignore that the rope is a physical object?
I just told you. Right? Where is the pressure coming from? Right, nothing will move unless you apply pressure to it. Okay, and it is the pushing pressure. You apply your hands, or when you hook up a trailer to your car, right? Because you push a trailer, you don't pull a trailer. You actually push a trailer. Right? It's all where the pressure is actually applied and what direction that pressure is being applied in.
But essentially what you're doing is you're only talking about the part I'm holding. You're not talking about the parts I'm not holding. I'm not holding the other part of the rope. It's only attached by rope. and that rope has to pull on the other rope.
You are pushing the rope with your hands. Now that rope is one thing. So you don't get different forces all the way through it, apart from
That's
friction
not.
along the ground, apart from a bit of tension applied from it, apart from a bit of stretching and all that sort of stuff
Yeah,
that's
but
applied to it.
that's literally, stretching is literally something being pulled apart.
Being pushed apart. What happens? You stretch something. Being pushed apart. Pulled apart, pushed.
So if you're pulling, let's say this is a really weak rope, so it can't even support its own weight. If you're pushing from your side, again, let's say I agree that you're pushing, the other side is still being pulled apart, not being pushed apart.
Been pushed apart. It's been pushed apart because that rope is what, on the ground, I presume, is it on the ground?
But you're looking at the entire rope as a single cohesive rope, as one object. You can't do that because the object is compressing, or in this, it's not compressing. I mean, it's what's the word? It's stretching, which doesn't happen with a rigid body. A rigid body stays as one and only one in the same shape always. In that case,
and due to friction, which is an anchor point, right, of that rope, right? So now you've got an anchor point, right? So that anchor point, right, is actually pushing the rope in the opposite direction to your hands, right? Which is applying the pressure to that rope, which now the rope is now stretching due to it being pulled from either both ends or all the way along that rope. It's being pulled in opposite directions, pushed in opposite directions. How it stretches, being pushed in opposite directions.
He's technically right as far as like the mechanics of it go, but like, what about chin-ups, Bandsaw? When you do chin-ups, are those actually push-ups?
Yep.
Explain that one.
Oh, this is either. Where first of all, where's the pressure being applied?
I mean, right. do we want to go into magnets then?
Yep, 100%.
Is that the next step?
Into magnets. Oh man, I've been into magnets with push and pull so much it's not even funny.
Well, so if you have two magnets and let's say they have the same polarity, they'll push each other away from each other. That's fine. That's a push. But then you flip one magnet, so now they're opposite polarities.
Yep.
They're being pulled together.
They're being pushed together because that's the way it'll work. The magnetic field itself, right? It's like a chainsaw of arrangement. Right? Imagine like chainsaws going around, and those teeth go out, and then they come back in, and then they attach themselves, right, to the metal bar, and they push it in towards the magnet.
So do you think that if I push I put these magnets against a what's the word?
I don't know.
I forgot the word for insulating, like a non-magnetic insulator. So the magnetic field doesn't. Sorry.
So I say something ceramic.
Yeah, but so the electromagnetic field doesn't, or the magnetic field doesn't actually go into that object, and then you place the magnet against that object, and then you have another same thing. So now the magnetic field doesn't get around the back. Are you saying that now it won't actually attract anymore?
So do the two magnets attract to each other? Do they?
They would still, yeah.
Okay then. So then the magnetic field, right, is being it's doing exactly that. They are pushing towards one another.
But you can't put if we put this insulating material so the magnetic field can't penetrate it and get behind the magnets, how is it still pushing? If the magnetic field can't get behind the magnet, it can't be pushing on it.
Well, then if you put something between those two magnets that the magnetic field cannot penetrate, right? How can there be any force to penetrate it if it can't penetrate it? So then nothing would happen if the magnetic field can't get through it. But if the magnetic field can get through whatever property that you put there in front of it, right, and there is a reaction, that would tell you, right, that the magnetic field actually does penetrate that barrier. Just because something is not magnetic doesn't mean that the magnetic field does not penetrate it and get through to the other side. You'd agree with that, Cummy, yeah?
Partly, but not fully. Like, one, I'm not talking about putting an insulating object in between the two magnets. I'm talking about putting two walls of the insulating object, let's say next to each other, like standing on a table, and then you push one magnet against the left wall and push the other magnet against the right wall. And then if the magnetic field can't actually go like through that object, that wall, then it doesn't have a path to get behind the magnet. There just isn't anywhere it can get behind the magnet from, because there's the wall of an insulating material. But then, of course, the question comes up of, is it actually fully insulating, or is it possible for the magnetic field to still go through it somehow?
Well,
Do you get what I'm saying?
There is an effect, right? And one would have to come to the conclusion that that magnetic field can penetrate that barrier. There is an effect.
No, now you're assuming the consequence. Now just
No,
assuming that because it's pulling, it must have gone through the wall.
Well, if you put something between two things and nothing is happening, right, or you can't register anything happening, I'm not saying that nothing is happening, because it just may not be strong enough for something to happen, right? Then you're not going to see any effect whatsoever. We're talking about something moving something else. That's what we're talking about. So if something moves something else, right, there has to be pressure applied to it. So you're trying to introduce a scenario where something isn't actually happening. If something isn't happening, we've got nothing to observe happening at all. You can only analyze something if something is happening.
Get ready to analyze this because I got something I made for you. Hold on.
I'll just post a picture of what I'm trying to say. So this is a kind of a good demonstration of what I'm trying to say. So ignore the little ball in the center, and let's say that the two copper-looking coils. Yeah, sorry.
Hold on, I'm opening it up so it's bigger because it's actually pretty small.
Yeah, it is. I know.
Moment. Let me just open this up. Okay then.
So imagine that. So ignore the red little charge in the center. And let's say that the gray stuff on the outside, that's an insulating material. And so because it's insulating, the two magnets, so that's the two orange things, the only way a magnetic field interacts between the two is inside between the two. The magnetic field can't go out and behind the two magnets because it's got an insulating object. So they're still interacting right directly in between them. The magnetic field can't go around and push them together. Do you get the setup I'm trying to explain?
Yeah, but the magnetic field doesn't go in perfect straight lines like that either, does it?
So how would it then get behind in order to push?
It's the magnetic field itself. No, is what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Magnetic field. Okay. So the magnetic field, we're talking about magnetic field itself. Okay, and magnetic field is grabbing onto its own, to the other magnetic field here in this demonstration. Yeah. Okay. Magnetic fields don't work in perfect straight lines like that.
What are you guys arguing about?
This, check it out, dude. I made you something really cool, man. So you're gonna like this.
Right.
You're gonna flip the fuck out.
I'm hoping to.
All right. I have made a simulation to simulate the drone problem. Okay.
Okay.
You just have to go with me for a second here, and let's imagine the green path. Let's imagine they're on the where it's at the bottom of the GIF, where they're together. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same altitude, right? So this one it goes up in the air. It goes up in the air just a little bit from the green to the blue, right? And it stays right above where it was. It's a magical drone. Stay there. Now, when the gift is over, the blue line and the green line are just about the same length, right? Both those lines are about the same length. And that represents the path that this object that has retained its eastward velocity. It's going to travel the same distance, the same distance in the same amount of time. So in that same amount of time, that same distance, since it's further away, its circle is bigger. It's not going to go as far as it did when it was on the ground. It's going to deviate westward. The longer it's up there. So that's basically what I was explaining about the bigger circles. Now that the circle is bigger on the outside, keeping the lengths the same. The lengths of those lines represent the distance it's traveling in that same amount of time. Where it ends up at, like I said, you can see that it ends up being behind the green one.
Mm-hmm.
In order for that circle, which is bigger, to stay in the same spot, it's going to need to increase its speed to maintain that same distance. Anyways, that's the principle. Anyways,
I get the principle.
that table took me a long time to do, man. Remember?
You've been working on that for a few days. I know.
Hey, well, no, I wasn't working on it for a few days. I was working on it a few days ago, and then again earlier. That's true.
Yeah.
You know, it's funny. I did all that, and I was looking at the numbers. I was like, "This is fuck. I don't even know how. This looks like just a bunch of random numbers." And then, like in 2 seconds, you're like, "Yeah." So one day it moves 2 meters. I was like, "Oh yeah, here's what it says." Okay. It's a real simple way of looking at something that I was looking at the complicated way.
So basically, it can't maintain its tangential speed as it goes up. It only maintains its ground speed. The higher it goes up, it still could only maintain that, for argument's sake, at the equator, the 1,000 odd miles an hour. As it goes up higher, it still maintains that 1,000 odd miles an hour.
Right.
It can't gain and it can't lose anymore.
Well, it can gain speed if you give it thrust or whatever, but without giving it.
I'm just.
Yeah.
We've got our magical drone here.
Right. Yeah, without giving it that thrust,
We're
it
not
needs
speeding
to.
up or slowing down or anything like that. I get all that. I get all that.
So the deviation is caused by the fact that it is not gaining that speed that it requires. It requires a greater speed in order to stay over that spot. But since it doesn't have that, this pseudo force or this deviation is now going to be present.
I still think we need to put a Foucault pendulum on a merry-go-round to to crack this Coriolis once and for all.
That's up for you Aussies to do. You say you have that fucking nightclub there?
Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do. The 21st Century Dance Club. Perfect place.
Might even get Jim Panda on board with that because he used to be like a nightclub manager dude.
He's a disco boy from way back, is he?
Yeah, well, I remember he talks about the '80s sometimes. So, but yeah, but still though, yeah. So you got you, band. So I think didn't Crypto says he does some disco. Yeah, Crypto to go to Australia too. I'll be there, of course. And you got all the Aussies, all the Aussie. Yeah.
Down there. Happy days.
What have I done?
We're doing a Bandsaw.
So I was only half listening.
No, Bandsaw. We were talking about this the other night. Bandsaw knows this nightclub that has a turntable platform, basically. I think, or something like that. Dance floor is like a turntable with a high ceiling, and he wants to do a Foucault's pendulum on a rotating table just like this. So he wants to do a Foucault's pendulum. So instead of doing Foucault's pendulum and seeing if the Earth's rotating, he wants to do a Foucault's pendulum to witness the deviation that you would. He wants to see how the deviation would work on a rotating turntable, basically.
Right. Okay. Interesting. I mean, wouldn't it be easier for us all just to get really fucked up and then our heads would spin regardless?
Yeah. We might.
100% Crypto. Yeah.
That'd be way better.
100%. Coriolis proved right there.
I had 10 shots of vodka and I feel Coriolis.
Yeah.
I did have a question though. I was thinking about this, and I haven't really. This isn't like a serious consideration, but I was thinking. We were talking about how when like a drone raises up in altitude, and then the circle's bigger, and therefore, relative to the circle's, I guess, circumference, you're moving slower because of the angular speed, right? And then Gummy came in saying about, well, actually, you've lost speed because of the gravity and all that. I was wondering, would it not be possible then to detect, or at least to try and detect, Earth's rotation via some sort of drop test? So you dig like a mile into the ground, and then you have like a target in the middle, or whatever. I don't know. Maybe dig like a massive well. Maybe the well would be fairly wide. I don't know. And then you would kind of just drop maybe paintballs and just see if they. Oh, who's that?
Zero opened his thing, but it's just background.
Yeah. It's my GPS. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's right. So you would basically just drop paintballs and then see if the paint would land. Like obviously it would vary for many reasons, but there would be like a tendency towards a certain direction. Now, what do you guys think about that as a method for detecting kind of rotation?
Yeah, this test was done. I forget the results or who did it, but I remember seeing it. At least I remember they were attempting it, and I'm not sure. I got to see if I can find it. But yeah, because that's a good idea. But I think that's been attempted or done. I can't remember if there was complications involved or if let me look at the results.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, obviously you'd have some issues with trying to think what the effect's called now. Is it the Magnus effect? You'd have to control for that if you can. But like you're not going to have any wind going down a tunnel. At least not open air issues with wind. You shouldn't really have too many issues with pressure difference. I mean, maybe there's a couple of things I'm not thinking of, but I've only just thought of it. So I just thought maybe I'd introduce the idea to the room. All right.
It'd have to be the perfect tunnel dough, like perfect all the way down. So almost like a huge piece of stormwater pipe, actually, or big concrete pipe where it is absolutely perfect all the way down. Because if you had it, say, slightly wider in one place and slightly narrower, that would create different pressure zones as this is going through too. So it'd have to be perfect.
I remember it took me so long to find this in the past. Actually, I remember searching for it forever. I come across the wrong thing, and then I narrowed down my search this time, and you never guess where I found the test at. It's on the Flat Earth Society's website. But I'm just looking to see the actual person who did it, and I'll look somewhere else for the information.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I'd just be interested to know, because I mean, if you could control for all of the kind of necessary variables, then you'd be expecting, say you did it on the equator, you'd be expecting the paintballs or whatever you're using, to all land east or west of the target.
I think it's just going faster. It'll be more eastward as the ones that are falling.
Yeah. Regardless, you'd expect a deviation either eastward or westward. Once I've figured it out in my brain, I'll know which. But you wouldn't expect kind of like a random scattering. You would expect a correlation in one of those directions, right? So
yeah, you would, yeah.
It would be eastwards.
Right.
So like I said, this test, the one they're talking about in Flat Earth Society, I got to see if there's another people who do this test, because obviously who knows if these people are just lying or. So let me see what the person. Let me see if I find other sources of the same test.
Yeah, I mean, I don't trust Flat Earth Society any more than I trust NASA, so I would probably slightly more. So
We can all appreciate Kosho's suspicions, though,
I would say I trust Flat Earth Society slightly more, because you're allowed to say no thank you if they present something. NASA, there is no thank you. They will bring the stormtroopers.
Thank you.
yeah, I don't know. Did you guys hear about? I know we're not really meant to talk about the V in here, but Rand Paul was talking to a guy in, I don't know if it was in Congress where they grill them, and he was talking to a guy. Apparently, there's a guy who works in Joe Biden's health. I don't know the terms, like the health secretary or whatever. I don't know. And apparently, he described people who were anti-V as being flat earthers or like flat earthers. I don't know.
Yeah.
Rand Paul, actually, he said, and I think it was to Fauci or one of the guys. You're right, it was another guy. And he goes, he said, why are we getting called flat earthers for, going against, for not wanting to go? Like, he goes, you've basically called us flat earthers for not, for going against the V. Yeah.
Isn't I know Ron Paul's a medical doctor, isn't he? Is Rand Paul a medical doctor as well?
Yep.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Because that was one of the things he said to him. Is like, "Are you a medical doctor?" And he goes, "No, but I've worked in health policy for 30 years," which really isn't. It's not the same. It's quite interesting. Sorry, let me just finish this. It's quite interesting where you've got this scenario where you have a medical doctor who's anti-V and a non-medical doctor who's pro-V, and no one talks about it. Okay.
Well, actually, I brought it up when it happened. Actually, I do, or occasionally I'll do a thing. But yeah, dude, it's so interesting how they've. What was the other one? There's another reference that was used somewhere too when they were talking about the censorship issue on YouTube. But that's old hat. That's old news. But yeah, they've brought it up a couple times. Like, anytime they want to. Go again, like ridicule something, they label it as flat earth. This is why so many people thought flat earth was a rollout, because all of a sudden, if you're like let's say even way before this shit, if you're anti-V, if you're anti-war, if you're all that shit, all of a sudden, those same people got into flat earth for a little while, whether for or against it, and they can just label everybody a flat earther if you think against the mainstream narrative.
Yeah, and I don't know if you've noticed this. What they're trying to do now with the Ukraine thing is they're trying to say, well, the fight for Ukraine is a fight for the world, right? And now what they're doing is they're trying to layer it into like social justice. So
also what they've done too is there's one TV broadcaster that admitted He goes, "Yeah, Putin's bad, but you know, we're working with the lesser of two evils because of the Azov battalion in Ukraine, who are actually Nazis, like real
Well, yeah,
Nazis,
they
like
describe
spy."
themselves as neo-Nazis, don't they? Like, they describe themselves as neo-Nazis. Are they? I don't know. I don't know anything about Azov or the politics of that group. But it is interesting because, like, yeah, you have these people and be like, you know, I gotta go around punching fascists in the face, but now they're like pro Ukraine and everything Ukraine stands for, including this Azov guy who, you know, and his mates who claims to be neo-Nazis. They won't even deny it, right? So it is an interesting set of circumstances where you now have social justice people pushing social justice who are on the side of avowed neo-Nazis. It's very strange.
Well, it always has been, you know, always has been, bro.
Yeah, maybe. Well, I mean, I'm of the opinion that National Socialists actually are leftists, but I'm sure Red Tape would disagree with me on that. The point I was trying to make is that they're trying to now conflate these things to such a level where being anti-war is being racist, right? This is now what they're pushing. Now, I don't know if they're going to be pushing it today or tomorrow or 5 years' time, but the pro-war position will be the anti-racist position, and they will conflate the two. I guarantee it.
But here's the thing, though. Why is anyone surprised? Like, think of it like this: like the whole idea of, healthcare for all, right? That's National Socialism. That is Nazi.
Yeah, literally.
That is fucking Nazi. They're like, why is anyone surprised that these lefty morons are so addicted to Nazism? You know.
Well, yeah, I mean, healthcare for all in the UK is a little bit different because we kind of give healthcare to literally everyone. So if like random people turn up from Burma, they get healthcare. So that's what I would call it, international socialism. But really,
well,
it's
here's
funny
my
because
thing: is who's to say the Nazis lost any wars?
I don't know. I find, to be honest, I cringe a little bit when people say the word Nazi because
You cut out, brother, but I hear
it's kind of
you.
like that is a term for a thing that doesn't. Yeah. But it's just like so we're calling it like, okay, cool, whatever. Like, it doesn't matter to me. Like, I don't, you know, I see kind of National Socialists like I see communists. Like they're kind of a figment of history that's trying to still stay relevant. You know. But what I don't understand is that all the vitriol towards them and not towards, say, communists. Maybe it's different in America, but in the UK, you never hear about communism and the kind of the crimes of communist history. But you always hear about nationalists and, you know, how bad nationalism is. So that's interesting.
Yeah,
Well,
check out.
England's very into social democracy too, though, which is fucking not, socialism.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, we do have a different political climate to you guys, but it's not so different. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of similarities.
I don't know, I think it's very similar, but it's also way different. It's just a little different. The U.S. is too
I think
liberal. The U.S. is too liberal.
a lot of English people. Sorry, 1 second. A lot of English people kind of fetishize hating themselves and their history, which I find very odd. Because if I did that shit, then I would feel guilt for it. Cool. But if I didn't, people of how bad my history was, none of that makes any sense. But if there's bad stuff going on now that I don't approve of, then I can fight against that as well. And I feel like that's the actual action I can take as an individual, is to call out things that I don't agree with. But anyway.
Well, that's why I always felt like, flat Earth is not the hill to die on, but medical tyranny is.
Yeah, I get you. Yeah. Because medical tyranny, there's no real coming back from that. If they manage to fuck everyone up, then there's no recovery from that. Whereas people, whether they believe they're on a flat Earth or a globe or not, it only matters because it's a potential lie. But the actual, it's funny because the actual reality doesn't really matter. It's not like if I turn around tomorrow and I realize that the Earth's a globe, that I'm going to have, therefore have like a bunch of medical complications that's going to end my life.
Or no, it's not. It's like it's more like even if you're a flat earther, you can still go to like a NASA exhibit, and if it makes you into a globe earther, you can still go to a flat Earth chat room. You know what I mean? Like it's like, but you can't come back from like you've got to wear this and take this, and you can't work if you don't.
Yeah.
Nobody's saying, well, if you're a flat earther, you can't work here. I mean, some people maybe, but it's not like a mandate.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, it's like individuals making kind of bad choices based on politics, really. So instead of like Republican being evil, now it's the flat earthers stupid and therefore isn't allowed to do engineering or piloting or whatever. But that's not really a policy of anyone. So yeah, I see what you're saying.
Right. That's why like flat Earth to me it's a luxury anyway. You know what I mean? Like what a luxury that you have enough time to think about this shit. What a luxury that we have, the internet to do it on. As opposed to like, like you can't get internet service if you don't have a fucking V, It's like,
Yeah. So you're saying that we
because
are
I think it's so.
There you go.
Oh no, go on, brother.
I was going to say, I feel like saying let them eat cake. But go on.
Well, yeah, I mean, and like even from both sides, you know what I mean? It's like it's. I mean, in the flat, you do mean like let them eat cake on the ballers? You know what I mean, that kind of a thing, or what do you mean?
No, let them eat cake on the people who don't have the time to discuss flat Earth.
Oh, right. Well, you got to remember, there's a certain swath of society that we're all familiar with that don't care. They don't care at all about this shit, dude. They really don't care. They want to get home from work, have a couple beers, and like, get laid or something. They don't give a fuck, dude. They play their Xbox, and that's good enough. But you know what's cool is I'm of the opinion. My new mantra is stupidity shall be the salvation of mankind. Because just as it's hard for like us to like relate and like, well, not hard, but it's like a bit of an uphill struggle in light of the fact that people don't give a shit about like flat Earth or something like. So it's like it's hard to get people to whatever. It's hard for the other team, the bad guys, right, or whatever, to recruit and radicalize those people because they don't give a shit about what they're talking about too.
Yeah.
So it's like, they can't radicalize everybody because they're like, dude, I don't care. So just as hard as we can't radicalize people, it's just as hard as they can't radicalize people. So like stupidity is the salvation. And then, that's why the battleground is public opinion. And that's what's so interesting with flat Earth is that I think we've gained ground, whereas they've lost ground on flat Earth. Anyway, and on the vaccine, all of it actually. They are losing so hard. They're losing so hard right now. The only problem is you got to watch out because a cornered animal is dangerous.
I mean, I think the one thing that I think flat earthers don't really appreciate is that we do have an advantage in two ways. First of all, like when you start from zero, you can only gain ground, right? So there's that to consider. But also, there's a fundamental psychological aspects of humans where if something doesn't make sense, then you don't really care. So where you've got like this one ideology, let's just call them both ideologies, just so that I'm being as fair as possible. You've got the Bull Earth ideology being pushed in schools. The people who that makes sense to, they're going to take to it, and they're going to be like, great. The people who it doesn't make sense to, they're just going to be very disaffected. They're not going to really give a shit. They're going to be like, this doesn't make any sense. I don't know why it's important, whatever. When we come along and we say, okay, cool, actually the Earth's flat, then instantly the people who are disaffected because the globe Earth didn't make sense, they're going to be on board more or less straight away. And I don't mean like the second you say it, but I mean like it might take a day, it might take a week, it might take 3 weeks. Whereas there's not going to be anyone going in the other direction because they weren't raised as flat earthers. It's like they haven't got any ground they can gain until there's a significant amount of flat earthers that they can then try and win back.
Well, I think their problem is that like, you know, it's those of us who were interested in the globe model from the beginning. It's those of us who thought, like, I thought we were going to Mars at one point. I thought we were fucking space travel. Aliens made us. Fucking, you know, all this other, like, you know, all the intricate fun stuff about, you know, what was fun about NASA. And it's actually like, because I would imagine maybe you guys were in the same boat too, where it's like, you know, you're paying attention to that and you're like, wow, this is so interesting, blah, 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 blah. They found this star, this, that, the other thing. And that's how you pick up the hiccup. I like that. Pick up the hiccup on their fucking model, is because you're paying attention to the detail. It's the group in the middle that doesn't give a fuck in the beginning. They don't give a fuck later. You know, it's like, you know, they're just like, oh, are you guys flat earthers? Okay, I'm a flat earther too then. They don't care. They don't know the arguments. They're just in it to either rage or whatever. But it's the nerds who became flat earthers first because they were like,
I think I'll disagree with you on that. Because actually, I never gave a shit about the globe. Like, when I was younger, it was just like, oh, it's a globe. Okay, cool, whatever. Like, I wasn't...
No, you don't even... I look at it like this, Crypto. You don't even question it. And that's the issue. And that's why when someone comes up and says flat earth, it's so heavy. Because you didn't even think about it. You're like, holy shit, I got to rethink the whole fucking thing. And then, you know, your nerd brain goes in and you're like, wait a minute, they said this and that. And it doesn't... It's like, you know, it's like the culmination of like of an end of a movie where you're figuring out how the bad guy did it. You know what I mean? Like it's like that, you know. And like I think the only way you can go through that process is to be aware of it in the first place. But it's when someone brings up the shape of the Earth in context to what you think is real. For the nerd, he's got to reconsider everything if he's going to be serious about it. And that's where I think, you know, that's why I think. Oh, go on.
Sorry, I fully understand all of what you're saying, but I still feel like you're not fully appreciating what I'm saying. So what you've got then is actually 4 groups. You've got a group of globers who love the globe, never going to leave the globe. You've got a group of globers who they are told, oh, actually the Earth's flat, and they're shown stuff that convinces them over to the flat Earth, right? So these are kind of both globe nerds. One group stayed with the globe, one group left. Then you've got the disaffected people who don't give a shit. But then you've got the people who didn't really give a shit about the globe and then looked at how poorly the globe was argued, which is me, and then decided, right, well, based on the poor arguments for the globe, it might be flat. I'll look at flat. And then I looked at flat and I was convinced by the better flat Earth arguments. So this is like a third group of people that, I don't know, I think it's a little bit more nuanced than what you're presenting. But I do see what you're saying. I just think that there are all of these different groups out there. It's not just like...
So yeah, I'm totally oversimplifying it. You know what I mean? As you are, even. It's like, you know, it could go into, there's like so many fucking groups of people. And that's why I say it's like the flat earth discussion, or whether you're a globe earther or a flat earther, all of the extraneous information about these arguments is useless information to anyone who lives a practical life.
Yeah.
So it's useless. So it's like, it's useless information to argue about, you know, not to argue, because I mean, we have fun doing it or whatever, but like, it's useless information whether the horizon is apparent, geometric, or whatever, because if we're going to use navigation, we all have to pretend the Earth is flat. So there's no way around that. That's what really kind of got it for me, even in a lot of ways, was I was like, you know, these dickheads, they're like, oh yeah, well, we know it looks so flat because it's a ball. It's like, you know, it's so ridiculous when you just listen to what they've said. And, you know, for me anyway, I was like, oh, wow, this is hilarious. You know what I mean? And it's like, it's sad to a certain extent that people really buy it, but it's so useless. It's useless.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
I tell you what, outside of philosophical ramifications, it's useless. And that's where the meat of it was for me, always was, is the idea that this affects your philosophy. Cosmology directly affects your philosophy. And if I live in a society where so many people are trying to fucking kill themselves using heroin and the rest of it, this is the cure. The cure is flat earth to that mental delusion of fucking nihilism. That's why I love flat Earth, and that's why it's like I'll put a middle finger up and say "fuck you," I'm a flat earther any day, because fuck this ideology that's got people I know killing themselves with the drug from fucking Afghanistan. You fuckheads.
But you got Glovers that said that cosmology it does nothing to your what you just said there, that
Oh yeah,
it
yeah, it's
doesn't
right. Your
matter.
worldview, right. But
Yeah.
that's like talking to a crackhead about philosophy, though. That's how I feel about it. It's like I have no
Yeah, me too.
I understand what they're saying in the sense, and it's like I feel like saying, you would say that, you materialistic, atheist, nihilistic douchebag. Of course, you would fucking say that. It's like it's not going to affect, it's not going to
Yeah, because
affect my world. Not
that's
going to
pretty
affect
much
my
what it
world.
tells you, right? That you're insignificant and like you're so little and small and
Right. This is where the only ramification of this information is the philosophy. Right. Like you just pointed out, because you're either like mold on a rock, which allows you to commit atrocities. Like Voltaire said, if they can get you to believe absurdities, they can get you to commit atrocities. And that's why they hate religion and God, is that it's a power structure outside of the state's control. This is why we need our religion and why our people need it, because even if it's just whatever, just morality, is the idea it's a morality structure outside of the state's code, and they hate it. That's why they avoid the horror of a fixed position, because they can't handle the notion of what the fuck they've done to the earth and to the people who live on it. That means they got to be guilty, and they don't want that because they got to face whatever, and then they can't escape their guiltiness, so they get fucking high on heroin and the rest of it. Douchebags. It's
well,
like,
just imagine how many people are brainwashed today with that shit of the multiverse and all that. There's people who actually believe that is true, right?
right, and
And then
dude, and they all
you
have.
have all the fucking movies telling you the multiverse and this and that. Yeah, it's
Dude,
crazy.
I would love to do. I'd love to do a scientific study about the correlation of people who believe in the multiverse and are prescribed medication from a psychiatrist. I think
Like,
there
see
would be
how many
right.
people
There would
are
be
on pills that believe that shit.
yes, exactly, dude. They're fucking all on. They're all on lithium and fucking or whatever mood altering brain substance they need. Because remember, to them, it's like I often joke around, even, or like or whatever. It's like love is just chemicals in your brain, dude. You know what I mean?
You
Like
know what?
love is just chemicals in your brain, dude. That's all it is. Like what you're feeling isn't real. It's just it's just a biological reaction so you can produce more. It's a survival mechanism. Shut the fuck up, you moron! I'll steal your chick.
Now that you say that, the only friend that I have that, like a personal friend in real life, that I have that believes in that, they like from child they took him to a psychiatrist and he took pills. And he, from all our friends, he's the only one who believes in in the multiverse and shit like that. So
Yeah,
I
dude,
don't
I'm
know,
telling
man.
you,
It's a
direct
coincidence.
correlation, bro. There's a direct correlation. I think it's like, and because also too, it's like they think madness is some kind of a muse. You know what I mean? Like they
Yeah.
think like if you're insane, like oh wow, it's like all of their postmodern art comes like I'm just gonna put my vaginal fluids on this painting and sell it. You know what I mean? Like what the fuck are you guys doing, dude? You guys are crazy. You know what I mean? Like that whole fucking Rima Abramovich or whatever, sickness. And yet they're like, it's genius. It's so brilliant. You know what I mean? Like no, it sucks. It's disturbingly stupid. And there's no reason for it. It's not art. Art is supposed to bring like joy to the downtrodden, not fucking entertain the rich. It's supposed to, what's that line? I love like art, art is supposed to like terrify the rich or terrify the comfortable and like or like disturb the comfortable and comfort the disturbed. You know, but these nuts are, oh man, I hate them so much.
You still there, Issa? Are you?
Ali B, what up, brother?
All right. How you doing?
Doing well, man. How about you?
Fine. It was a good, interesting conversation about the multiverses and all this kind of stuff. To me, it just sounds like, like going into that belief kind of thing. It's like they are the ones that are looking. They're the same, looking for the answers to everything. Where we came from and stuff like that. That's okay if you want that, but they seem to be, these scientists. They're like desperate, kind of almost fundamental in their search for how it all began and all that kind of stuff, and dragging us along within it. When, like what you said about like the flat Earth and stuff like that, if you really look at it, it's sort of immaterial, if you know what I mean. It's in the bigger picture because of the way, the direction, like humanity's getting dragged in corporations, like you talked about.
Well, honestly, that's what tripped me out about coming out to this flat Earth shit was the idea of like, you see it as like this like, harmless, awesome conversation between a couple of nerds. And then all of a sudden out of left field come these J-Trig psyop fucking dickheads trying to destroy it. And that's where I was like, holy shit, boys, we're really fucking onto something here. These fucking losers are so pissed off and upset when we start talking about this shit. It's unreal.
I always
Oh my
liken
God!
it.
There's some guy
I always
Doofus.
liken
I
it,
think there's
Issa.
some guy like Doofus Manfred or something, and
1
Gems.
second.
And every
I just
time
want to finish my conversation, Jeremy, please.
One
No,
second.
he's adding to it. Yeah, I know. Doofus is the main surveyor. This is he had to make it stop.
Hold on,
Yeah.
no, hold on. There's 1,000 of these. Yo, we could list off 1,000 of these dickheads. Ali, what's up?
No, I was interested in what you were saying there. That was all, and sort of.
And just to say, even to like, to Jeremy, it's like, dude, there's literally, you can keep going, and there's probably like 5 people with like 10 accounts that you're dealing with, that you think are different people. Is how I look at it. Like, I'm convinced.
I always liken to them. We were sat in a
Well,
pub. Say me and you were sat in a pub. We're a group. We're sat in a pub. We're talking away. We're a wee private party. Blah blah. Always liken it to. It's like
but what is the
these group
purpose of
people.
that, though?
These people came over and sat down next to us and started slagging us off. It's like they're uninvited guests. But as I say, I can't deny it. I've learned a lot by interacting with these guys and stuff like that. So, but I've enjoyed it. Like you say, it's been a fun discussion.
Here's my thing: is that if you're going to stick to the principle of freedom of speech, right? And this was my thing, even why early on, like I defended Jem and I defended Timmy and I defended the ballers that I like talking to, because I was like, look, they have to have a right to speak in our platforms if you want the right to speak in their platforms. And I always felt like, if I always felt like this: one, if you don't have manners, you know what I mean? You can't teach shit about spirituality. You just shut the fuck up if you got no manners. If you got no manners, nobody wants to hear about your fucking divine experience because I think you're bullshitting. Because you better have manners first. So
Well,
fucking,
we always entered, Issa, we always entered their rooms with sort of honour and curiosity and also the knowledge we could be wrong kind of thing. But when they entered our arena, it was just to slag off and, they've decided.
And that is what has won us this battle. What has won us the battle is the fact that we have had some semblance of morality in this conversation, whereas they have lost all credibility.
Yeah, the amount of doxing and stuff like. Not that I'm complaining or bitching, it's to me. I've got, I'm glad I got involved, but to me, the debate it was never a debate. I decided, like 5 minutes after I got presented with. I seen a video, just stumbled across a video. I just laughed and thought, right, what are these fuckers been up to now? And look, I thought, undeniable, man. The water sits flat, and I'm like, all right, wait a minute. And then I looked into gravity. I went, all right, come on, man. And then from then on, I was kind of convinced. And then it was, then just it ended up being a bit of fun. That was it.
Well, the thing is, you've got these. You know what it is, man? You've got these ideas. And then you've got the people you're conversing with about these ideas. And there are two different things. And the problem is that in social, like I always felt like that's why manners is so, I used to say you get 15 minutes of manners with me. You know what I mean? If you step out of line after my 15 minutes, I'm going to rip you a fucking new asshole, dude. You know what I mean? That was my whole thing. Because if you can keep me being full of manners, you're always going to be welcome. That's why Timmy was always cool. They're a little bit of a dick, but it's like I'm not offended by what somebody's saying. I'm stupid.
They have been cool. There has been some cool ones. I have to agree. There are some of them, not that I particularly liked them, because they always had a kind of condescending twist. They seem to have
but I think that's hilarious, though. See, to me, that's the funniest part.
Yeah, right. The hubris, right?
Right. It's like that's what actually makes somebody endearing to me. Is like,
right.
Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, because honestly, dude, it reminds me, and it's so funny too, because I always felt like Antonio. I always reminded me of like relatives of mine, how like the disses, the slights, the fuck, and
Antonio
then you got
Superance.
Yes. Like
do you know he died? Yeah,
I do.
Did you know he died? Yeah, such a honestly.
I'm sad to hear it, man. I'm sad to hear.
God rest his soul. I have to say, because I'm.
There were a bunch of. I look at it like I don't know, because I mean, yes, God bless him, man. You know what I mean. I wish it would have been a lot cooler if maybe we'd have done some things a little differently along the way. God bless.
Yeah, me too.
But outside of that,
we had our differences.
I don't even want to bring it up. That's I don't want to.
Yeah. No, I forgot that.
Because honestly, I met a lot of the cats, funnily enough, through those guys, just vicariously through email and shit like that. Like they, that's how I even got linked up with like Hillbilly back in the day. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
A couple of those, and like, and then for me, my thing was that the legal discussion, and I was getting attacked by flat earthers and ballers, and fucking, it was just like holy shit. But I think that's why for me the legal conversation was more where law to me is where spirituality's tires meet the road. That's where
exactly. Yeah, I had it was like when I actually found out who I was, Issa, in that sense of, like actually who I am or my position in, shall we say, life, which is good enough for me, man. Position in life, it was like a religious moment. It was like an epiphany. And then that's when I was in that stage. I totally got it, and then met you and listened to Cathexis, when you got onto the law thing, and I was totally getting it. I looked into corporate law, all different types of law, man. Read all the law books, Black's dictionary by my side, and that kind of stuff. And it is, to truly understand who you are, you have to learn law and take away all prejudices and all these cognitive dissonances that you're going to get. Actually look at it and understand fully the hierarchy. Who created whom, and can something that's being created by something else have more power than the being or whatever that created that kind of thing, And
Ali, just a little a side note. What do you call it? I published all of the debates. They're up on my page if you want to go looking through them.
Oh, wicked. Oh, right. Nice one. All right, I didn't know that. Yeah.
I just did it for a little bit. You know, if anyone's interested, all those old debates are up on my page.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, man.
What about that? Are you gonna publish that Totally Tangible song? Because honestly, I can't stop.
Oh, that's
sometimes
right. You know what, man?
still to this
I just
day.
need a better.
Oh, sorry, go on.
No, I need to make a better recording of that. However, I will send you a link right now to it, brother.
Just DM it or something like that. Yeah, nice one.
Because
honestly, to me, creatively, it was and musically and lyrically and everything. It was. You could probably hear them smiling at the moment, and just that's amazing. Yeah. I'm saying it was like you at your best, man. You know, seriously.
So funny, dude. That was so hilarious.
Man. Every time I think that song, you're like, Totally Tangible. You could be an astronaut. where you pulled them little quips in, man, it was awesome. I'm telling you. So, but anyway, and I'm not kissing his ass to anybody down or anybody that's one of the nasty people that Issa was talking about. I should just compliment the song.
Can I jump in sometime here? When
yeah, sure. Let's go on.
Callie? Thanks. I forgot what I was going to say. I was just fucking with you, Allie.
You're saying something about Doofus.
But you fucked with Issa as well, so not just me. So
nice. Yeah, you were gonna say something about Doofus, Jeremy.
Allie, yeah. All right, there we go. That guy Doofus. I went on Jose's the other day. This guy fucking jumps in, starts screaming at me like a maniac. It happened yesterday or the day before on Gems. This guy just fucking goes everywhere I go and fucking ends up and just wants to like scream at me. He's a fucking spastic. A lot of these guys are like that too. Kosho, some other guys.
Kosho's not like that. Come on, Jeremy.
Fucking motherfucker.
Just fucking around.
I gotta defend you, Kosho, on this one, man. Fuck no.
He's just mad because he came home last night and I was still naked.
Seriously though, man, your guys are...
I couldn't send you a DM, brother, but I posted it in the chat.
Okay, no worries.
Yeah, man.
That's probably better. Oh, what, on the YouTube?
Yeah, it's a YouTube video, but it's in the chat here.
Oh, in there. Okay.
But yeah, I the recording sucks, but
that doesn't matter. It's the artistic value as well, man. It's the rawness of it. It's awesome. No. So what you've been doing recently then? Have you heard about much from Cathexis? Do you still hear from him or?
Oh yeah.
All right, nice.
Yeah, man. Yeah, he's doing well. I always say I think he's married, living on an island down in like South America with 10 wives.
Yeah, that's where he belongs. You'll fit right in there.
That's right.
He'll have his own little cult.
Oh, he's got a tantric. He's got a tantric marriage. Tantric village. He's running over there.
Yeah, I can imagine it. Yeah, he had some great conversations there. That was like the philosophical side. That was also a part. Oh, sorry, Crypto, you were going to say something.
I know. Yeah, you know what Jeremy was saying about everywhere he goes, there are just these screaming retards everywhere.
Dude, this one guy's stalking me, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I have a similar experience. Everywhere I go, there are these screaming retards. It's really weird. I mean, in England, we call them Americans. But it's That was literally all I wanted to say.
That was kind of a blanket statement. There are a couple of exceptions, but just a couple, Crypto, yeah. Because I too have met those screaming Americans.
Yeah.
Here's a quick one, right? I was out on a night out down the West End in London. I lived in London, and I met up with my mate, and we went for a meal, and we sat out, and we sat outside this little pub. I can't remember the name of it. Just a little pub, had tables outside. Beautiful summer's night. Just having a couple of beers, and then we decided to have a cigarette. And I remember we're outside, and there was an American couple at the next table, down for us, and actually went in and asked the waitress, because we had sat, asked the waitress if they could tell us to stop smoking. And the waitress, sound as fuck, man, she came out in that, and she was on our side, like, you know what I mean? But she told us that they actually complained, you know, and we were laughing, you know, kind of laughing at them. But it was, geez, sorry, but the what do you call it? The caricature of an American, they were like a big fat family kind of thing. But yeah, that was my experience with those people. And that was 25, 30 years ago, so long time. So how did you get into the conversation in Crypto?
Crypto. Crypto, you there? I guess he's not there.
That's all right. What about yourself there, Silent?
Me?
Oh, yeah.
How did I got? I'm a truck driver, right? And I have a lot of time to listen to, like debates, podcasts, and shit like that. That's what I like to do.
No, to be honest, I really like America. Whenever I've met Americans in this energy, I don't like the hyper, even worse than our liberals. The arrogance coupled attitude in America. So.
You're breaking up.
Me or he's breaking up?
Yeah, no, he's breaking up, but we're moving away. If you can hear me, Crypto, we've moved away from the screaming Americans. I don't think it's very good to be picking on another group of people that are sort of prevalent in this. No offence to anybody. It's just a joke. It's not, it's just a joke. I mean, I don't care anyway. But
can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, I said that last thing about 2 minutes ago, and I don't know why it's only just coming through now.
All right. I just broke up.
I know that we've moved on. I can hear you, but for some reason that audio didn't get posted until now. Whatever. Yeah, cool. I was just basically I was just saying, yeah. To be honest, I've always liked Americans whenever I've met them, so I'm not being serious. Like, I actually like Americans like English in London, to be honest. Because I was just going to say, I actually like Americans in London more than I like English people in London, because English Londoners are normally of a very specific type that I don't really get on with, whereas Americans come from all over the US to come to London, so it's like you get a better slice of different kinds of people.
Yeah, right. I lived in London for 15 years. I moved to Neasden. I moved up to Neasden first, and then I ended up for a year living on a gypsy caravan site up in Harlesden, up at Gypsy Corner, actually near the Hanger Lane Geratery, and then I ended up in Camden. It was ended up in Camden Town. Then got a flat over in South Tottenham. And so I lived there for 6-7 years and moved to Denmark. But yeah, London's an interesting place. Very interesting.
Yeah, absolutely massive. I don't think a lot of people...
Oh, sorry. No, you only go.
I was going to say, I don't think people realise how big London is until they get there. Because I think especially when you come from a much bigger country, Like the cities are quite big, but London's like, I mean, London's huge for any country. And I mean, there's 10 million people in the city, so there's a lot of people. It's almost like someone took 50 or so villages and just kind of glued them together. Like you'll be in an area where you'll only see Indians, and then you literally walk half a mile up the road, and you don't see anything but Italians for like half a mile, and then it'll be only French people. Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah. It's certainly multicultural. It's too fast. It's too. I'll tell you what, it's a great place. I was in the end up. I was able to buy a flat there and then sell it and make quite a killing, and then moved to. Well, I rented it out first for a few years after I moved to Denmark, and then I sold it. I made a bit of a killing there, but you'll always be employed. I was always employed in London, even when I was signing on the dole. I was only signing on the dole so that I didn't have to pay any tax because I was getting paid cash in hand, for most of the time I was there. So. Oh, Jeremy, are you still there? I want to talk about crypto with you for a second, if you're still there. I mean, cryptocurrency. I know he's away, I think.
Yeah, you hear about Ethergate?
What's that?
Well, I got a stinking theory. Okay, so like Ethereum, right, and Bitcoin.
Yep.
They've been like over the last couple of years, the Security and Exchange Commission, the SEC in the U.S., has been going after all these small coins, these altcoins.
Yeah, Ripple.
Yes, XRP, right.
So
there's the Ripple, right. So it's interesting because I got this theory anyway that, okay, so like they say Hillary Clinton spied on Trump using a bunch of techies, right? Before 2016, she was monitoring him since like 2014 or something like that. They were spying on him. And after he got into the White House. So my theory is that it's the dudes who created Ethereum and because Bitcoin is potentially, they say it was made by a guy named Satoshi. And some people say that just means Samsung, Mitsubishi, and Toyota. So it's a total, industrial coin.
Yeah, I've heard that one.
So Ethereum and Bitcoin have escaped all scrutiny from the SEC. Nothing. No fucking lawsuits, no fucking nothing. Everything's just given the green light. And I think that's their reward for having spied on Trump for Hillary.
Well, here we go. Think of this. Well, that's not bad, but the fact but it's going into what you're saying about spying, though, right? Is, for example, say I'm a huge corporation, right? And I want to move my business to another country. Like, say I want to open an exchange, right? I'm a huge exchange. I want it because every country's got a digital firewall. If the government of a country, which Germany does, if they want to block any channels or anything like that, it's dead easy. I talked to a woman, cyber security. Actually, I'm a removal man, and I was talking to her, and she was moving from Hamburg up to Sweden, but that was her job. Just this young, she was retiring, but that's another story. But they've got a firewall kind of thing, so basically the government could stop me trading. So I could go to the government and say, look, I want to open up an exchange, blah, blah. And the government will say, well, we've got no problem with that, but you will have to allow us a back door into all the information of the wallets, and you can run free and you can do what the fuck you like. But we want that back door in there, and you can trade or do and take people's money or whatever. And so they actually making an agreement with the company to trade. So the government or the corrupt dudes there will allow them. So the government has access, just like what you're saying, how Hillary Clinton was spying. Well, these things, so they've got all the wallet numbers, they've got all the they've got access to transactions, and think like Binance. So they'll actually, so they can basically, what they can do is they can follow a wallet from outside Binance, right? Because you've got an internal
Right.
wallet in Binance.
It destroys cash, which makes things payable without the government being,
Yeah,
over.
right. And that's what I was going to say. That's exactly what I was going to say. But we need more, because there's only about 5 or 6 corporations that control every industry in the world. There's about 5 or 6 max, and run by a holdings company somewhere in the Bahamas or whatever. But anyway, but they still have to get a hold of our information. And what it's going to end up like is we actually need independent people that are going to, accept Bitcoin. Otherwise, you're going to have to channel it through a bank.
No, dude, it's all. Here's the problem, right? The problem is not the problem. It's just what it is. It's the nature of the beast. Is the idea that one, you're using an exchange at some point to convert whatever coin it is into US dollars. And this is why I will not stop talking, in a certain sense, like not stop talking about the concept of the discharge of the national.
No, to trade it, Issa, to trade it, you need a bank.
No. Look, if I have, here, let me explain to this. Like, I'll just, like, let's say I have a wallet that is not an exchange. It's not linked to my bank. So what I've done, let's say, is bought Bitcoin at one of the exchanges, put that Bitcoin into an external wallet, or not external, but another wallet that is not linked up with my bank. Now, in that wallet, I could pay and do stuff with you. And, unlike, let's say you have a wallet that's not connected to your U.S., federal, whatever, reserve note, or, English, whatever. The issue is where that marketplace comes into the currency. Now, the other issue is this, and this is why it's a threat to national security, in my opinion. If a coin goes really expensive, right? Let's say a coin goes way up and everyone makes a bunch of money, and they're like, you know what? I want the money in my house. I want the cash. Well, the banks and everyone involved has not printed enough money to provide the cash. If somebody wants to film their rap video with with bricks of cash, like they don't have the money in circulation supply to give someone that offer, to offer somebody that to somebody. Now that creates an issue with somebody who has their money held in the bank, because you're like, well, where's my money? And then but this all comes back to fucking the idea that
but you have to buy the Bitcoin somewhere, Issa. That's the thing, or you have to buy
right.
the.
And this is where like you and
so
I can
where do
trade.
you go? You go to an exchange, but the thing is, you go to an exchange. Now that exchange that you're buying off has got a deal with your country to access to your account, so it can follow. There's a digital trail, and they can follow it no matter. And then if you send me money, now they've got access to my account, and they can follow my doings and stuff like that. It's not as safe.
The trick is, can you create like if I send you a coin, and then you can go to the grocery store and buy your groceries with it, and then the grocery store can buy their pallets of wood with it, and and everyone can buy everything, and this takes away the need.
Yeah, absolutely.
But the problem is that, and this is where that is an anarchistic wet dream, that will never happen.
No, that's true.
And so, like I've been saying, like this is why the issue of the national debt, and you know what I mean, I've been screaming about it for 5 years, but I think you're going to have asteroids in space that we got to mine if we don't understand the national debt concept, because people are trying to get into Bitcoin to avoid the national debt. Well, you can't avoid the national debt or evade it, because that's dishonorable. The issue is that, like, this is the conversation we've been having for 6 years, is fucking the idea that you're the you're the grantor of the trust that created the money in the first place. You got to know who you are in this relationship. And it's killing us because people don't know who they are. They don't know that they could say technically to the U.S., "Hey, knock it off what you owe me." Instead, they think that
Do you know what? Lisa,
they
sorry,
owe the fucking government.
I've got to say, do you know what anticipated? Do you know what anticipated income tax return bonds are? It's exactly what you were talking about.
What was it? Forgive me, I was drinking.
It's called anticipated tax return bonds. It's how governments or local government or whatever borrow money. They borrow it on the strength of how much tax that they'll be gathering from the people before.
Well, that's why
actually.
Right, and that's why birth rate matters. That's why they have general amnesty for illegal immigrants.
So
because
that's the way credit works, and that's the way debt, and that's the way money works. Or to get credit is more like how much does other people owe you, and that's what banks do. Banks don't like money in your account, because if there's money in your account, that means they can't make money off of that. It's what you owe. They like you to take loans because they can use that, wrap that up in a package and trade it on the stock exchange at 11 or maybe 20 times, but they can't trade with your personal money. They can't trade with your money on the account. They need you to be in debt to trade with that imaginary bit of money that you owe them on the stock exchange at times 11. You know, so they can fractional reserve banking.
Yeah, I don't think that is real.
It works though. Mathematics and it works to me.
Oh no, I get it. It makes sense, but I think it's a red herring. In my personal opinion, I think it's a red herring.
Okay, in what ways, Isa? I'm well interested to hear that.
Well, like I just said, because the idea is that it's a red herring in the sense that people think that, but then in reality, they're just getting a birth certificate from somebody who was born and printing more money and putting it into the marketplace. So the reality is that money's coming from the idea that somebody put in a birth certificate somewhere, and it grants the Federal Reserve the right to print more money to put it into the marketplace. And the United States then owes on that principle and the interest.
No, it gives governments the right to loan. Right, it's nothing about printing money because most of
I understand what fractional reserve banking
is. It's a right. It's government. It's not any other entity. It's the government or that organisation which is a funnel for corporations or whatever. It's the fact that it's there for the government. You know, that's what they do, and that's how. Right, so that bond system, it's a bond.
Every dollar they print, they have to have substance for it to back it. I'm saying that they're not.
No, they don't.
Well, this is why I said it's a red herring, because I'm saying that the value is in that birth certificate that was given over to the state, but they've got everyone thinking that they're just printing money out of thin air based on fractional reserve banking, when in reality it's a birth certificate from someone who was just born or given amnesty, given to them.
I agree there. Exactly. I agree with that.
You know what I mean?
Where the money's coming from. Yeah, right, okay. I get it.
Right. How about this, Ali B? Let me go further. And then when somebody hears about fractional reserve banking, they hate the system more and they want to tear it down because it's so fucking evil.
Yeah, but I have to add there though, fractional reserve banking is not, you know, it's about money owed, but the fractional bit about it is it's not just the money owed, it's times the money that's owed, money that doesn't exist yet. It's like if you get in Britain, if you applied for a mortgage, right? You would one second, Lisa, let me finish. Is if in Britain, if you went to get a mortgage for a house, to buy a house, right, it would be 2.5. They had a limit. It could be 2.5 times, right? 2.5 times your yearly wage, right? And that was, and that's what the same way, but on a bigger scale, as the bank does. So they're owed this amount of money, but they're allowed to do it 11, 12 times. Some of them were doing it 20 times. They were doing this 20 times, and so there's no way that money was getting printed. And that's what they use that, or the banks use for that.
Well, remember though, you're going in. If you're going in as a take this into consideration, and you know this stuff. But like, when you go in for a loan, it's like this: can you cash a check if there's not a signature on the back? Well, in old school banking, no, you can't. You can't cash a check unless there's a signature on the back. And so what they've done is that when you go in for a loan as a U.S. citizen and you've said, I work this much, blah, 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 I do this, got this much, blah, 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 the bank says, okay, dude, these are the rules for U.S. citizens. You have to provide this much up front, da, 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 and then they're going to go into your account that's traded on the SEC, and they're, check it out, the CFO of that bank is going to sign the back of the instrument and cash the check with the SEC and take the money that's already in your account, give it to you, but he's giving it to you as a U.S. citizen. And a U.S. citizen, is the property of. It's not the individual. But too many people think they're the property of, and they don't know what the fucking even an individual is. So, I think they're just playing that game, and I think the federal, the whole fractional reserve thing, it can be explained away using this basic idea that you have funds that you've given the government that they've printed, that they're trading on the SEC, that is what you're accessing when you go to get a mortgage or anything, but you don't sign the back of the instrument, so therefore they can't cash it, so they have to have the CFO do it, and therefore the bank is on the hook for the payment of that debt, and you're the U.S. citizen who told them to do it. So as a U.S. citizen, you don't have the authority to discharge anything. You better do what they fucking tell you. And that's why they sell this notion of fractional reserve banking, because it helps anger and satisfy the citizen. It doesn't discharge any debt. It doesn't do anything. It just says, hey, look, because right now their goal is to make us hate the only system that has "In God We Trust" all over it.
I'm not against that system, Issa. You got to, hey, listen, I just know how it works.
But that fractional reserve,
need government. We need governance.
Right. But it's that fractional reserve explanation. It makes people hate government because they're like, they associate.
No, it hates me. People hate banks.
Yes, and but when in reality, it's not like governance. Remember, you're in a system of checks and balances. It's a banking system. When people think, it's checks and we have a 3-tier system for checks and balances, so no one oversteps there. But no, shut the fuck up. It's called banking. It's called.
But they're trading. But they're trading on a debt, a perceived debt, right? Not only is it.
Check it out.
But wait a minute, Issa, let me just say 1 second. Just let me say, right. So, for example, say if you owed the bank 100,000, right? So that's money owed. They can make that into $1 million, put it into a package, and trade it on the stock market as a value, right? That's fractional. That's what the fractional reserve part about it is. It's you owe them money, allegedly. Right, you owe them money. The other bit I don't care about clearing houses and the access to account. But the fractional reserve banking is the fact that you borrow 100,000, they multiply that debt. They're allowed to multiply that by debt, by law, their law or act or whatever you want to call it, is that they are allowed to now turn that into a 1 million and then put it in a little package.
No, I know what fraction. I get
and
you.
Sell it and trade it on the. Right, well, that's it. So that's what they do. So they are using us. They are using us to do that. I believe fractional reserve banking. And then with that money, they just buy up land. They just buy up all the land everywhere.
Here's the thing, though. You can print as much money as you want if there's no one that's ever going to come and collect, right?
Yeah,
so they don't even need fractional reserve banking. They don't need it. They've got the funds already there. They're just taking that. I mean, they can, when someone, like I said, when someone goes and applies for that mortgage, they're allowed, and and hey, who am I to say this?
No, it's a way of getting right. In the bigger picture, it's an enslavement system, right? Okay, they've convinced us that we owe this money, and look, every time the banks get bailed out, right? So they go happy. It's just an enslavement to make our debt perpetual. That debt will never be paid off, and as long as people believe that we owe that fucking money and allow our government to keep borrowing money off institutions that multiply that billion, just imagine a government borrows $1 billion off a bank, you multiply that 10 times, that's $1 trillion that's out there that doesn't even fucking exist, getting traded legitimately. And who ends up paying at the end up? The person that pays the fucking tax and believes in this so-called these criminals that are poisoning an actual very good system of governance, in law and stuff like that. They've just fucking.
Here's Ali. This is my thing, right? It's like we have a system that there's not enough money in the marketplace to pay the interest on the debt, right?
No money.
Right? There's not enough actual physical dollars that have been printed or digitally printed or anything that can actually in circulation pay the debt.
Never.
Right.
Never.
So that's how you know that here's my thing is that if that's the scenario, right, there's no way for you to pay the debt, right? This is why people get all into the banking fraud, the name fraud, they call it the fraud. But in reality, we've authorized them. We gave them we gave the system our birth certificate, which then created money, and we set the demand that there was an interest.
You weren't given full disclosure though. In law, you have to give. Wait. No. I have to stop there because
Ali,
full disclosure. We were given that.
Ali.
And don't say ignorance is no excuse in law.
Oh my God. Beneficiaries in a trust agreement don't get dick. They don't have to know anything. And if you're coming in as the beneficiary, you have no right to know the fucking the terms of the trust. No one gives.
You never signed your name. You couldn't, as you're born. You never signed anything. You were. Listen. Listen. Let's go back to the basics. As a child, right? As you're born, you're a free man. You only get fucking tied down and sucked into the system that's being controlled by fucking criminals. But the fact is, at that point, so that's forced upon you. So you weren't given full disclosure. And I know in law, if you're not capable, blah blah, but there's loads of stipulations about taking someone's rights away, even a baby, even a child.
Here's the thing, right? How about this? Can a father decide whether or not his child can have a cookie at the age of 5?
He can say it, but he doesn't have the right to decide. But yes, he can. Yes.
Okay, right. And
yes.
the child
because that child is unaware that his father has no right to tell him that.
I'm not done, Ali. I'm not done.
Okay.
So, like, if a child, right, he's at the age where he doesn't need to know why he can't have a cookie. It's because daddy said so. So now the thing
he has a right to know.
I'm not done. Now,
sorry.
when that kid becomes 18 years old and the father says to him, you can't have a cookie, it's a whole different conversation, right? What do you mean I can't have a cookie? I bought the cookies, Dad. You know what I mean? There's no jurisdiction now. So
there was never any jurisdiction. Hey, listen. I've told my children, no, because you're talking about jurisdiction. I have no jurisdiction in my world over any of my children. I have no jurisdiction over absolutely nobody. Not my children, not nobody. So straight away, that father's never had jurisdiction because the only person who's got jurisdiction over that child, if you want to go at the top, is God. End of story.
Yep. And you know what the thing is, though, Ali? My mother told me that you better have good manners because my manners represent my family. So my mother instructed me about how to behave properly, right? Like in that way.
Hold on. So you're saying we let the kids have as many cookies as they want because we don't have any jurisdiction over them?
Right. That's what I'm arguing against.
All right. Let me defend that.
Dumb,
then, right?
Ali. Come on,
no,
man.
Listen. Can I? Well, let me defend it. Right. So the fact is that, but you can explain to them before you say to them or whatever. Explain to them you explain why they have a right. Right. Never mind then.
Well, no, just check it, Ali. All I was trying to say is that at 18 years old, when the child, the sleeping citizen, wakes up and understands who he is, As an 18-year-old, does the father have any jurisdiction to tell him what he can or can't eat if he bought the fucking cookies? No. And this is my point. When we wake the fuck up,
well, I told my children at 5 that.
I'm not talking about your children. I'm talking about citizens at large as an allegory.
Hey,
the idea
got a mother and father. Everybody's been a child.
All I'm trying to point out is that when we, as citizens, or whatever, as God's children, right? This is the story of the prodigal son returning home to his kingdom. Is the idea that he left his kingdom in rebellion or got stolen away and came back and realized he was actually the king of the whole show, but he needed to learn about the world before he could take over his father's kingdom, right? So if we want to be able to discharge debt, we've got to understand that you can't tell me that I'm going to have a cookie because I bought the cookie, right, Dad? And now I'm not trying to allegorize, I don't think we should look at the government as like our fathers or anything. I'm just trying to say like these are the archetypes we're aware of. Okay. And so what I'm saying is that when the citizen realizes that, wait a minute, I'm not just the citizen, I'm also a child of Adam. And it says, in God we trust on my money, and in the courtroom, and the judge sits at the bench, which is Latin for bank. And we're in a system of checks and balances. Well, motherfucker, you better learn about banking. And then not remain it. Because if you're a kid, a 5-year-old is going to come up with every excuse about why he should be able to have the cookie. And the father's just going to put down the hand. No, because I said so. But when that child is of age and understands the world around him, there is no fucking way you can stop that child from getting the cookie, dude. And that's what I'm saying.
Philosophy,
when we wake up,
wait a minute, right? Let me interject now, because but my philosophy is, and it seemed to have went rather well, because my daughter is now 18. She's well intelligent, and she doesn't agree with everything, but she stands up. She stands up for herself or whatever. She's polite. She got the polite because I've explained what honour is and stuff like that. And if someone's shouting at you, the best way to handle it, are you going to get blah blah? I've done all that, but I was telling them incrementally through their lives from the age of 5. All I said was, if my kid was going to eat a whole packet of cookies, right, I would sit down and I'd explain. I said, look, you can eat that whole packet of cookies if you wish. I says, but the consequences can be that you could get maybe a bit sick or a bit sugary shock, as like an effect or whatever. And I'd inform them. It was full disclosure, right? And that worked for me. It's like I once said to my kids, I said to them, right, if you don't behave, I'm going to start shouting. And they burst out laughing and said, Dad, you've never shouted at us. Right? And I kind of laughed as well, because I've never had to shout at them. They're not perfect. They do stuff, obviously, I don't know about. But that was my system, because I learned that I have no right to tell anybody, and that includes my kids. But if I gave the addendum, if I kind of want to guide you, it's because I love you and I'm your father.
Ali, you ever read Khalil Gibran? You ever read Khalil Gibran, right? The prophet. Khalil Gibran wrote a book, and he said, "Be not like your children." Or what do you call it? Seek not to make your children like you, but seek to be like your children. Like, I fully am aware of what you're talking about, and I'm not questioning your ability as a father. All I'm saying is that in this bigger dilemma of I
never thought once you were questioning my ability, Isa.
Oh, yeah, you know what I mean. But
that's not your character.
But I look at it like, it's in the sense of, I see it all in this context of it's this national debt that is a big issue, and it's the cause of jurisdiction of enslavement. And when we understand how to discharge that, there is no jurisdiction over us. God has set you free because you're a child of Adam, and you know how to discharge all debts in a system that says, in God we trust. Because they recognize that this is fucking bullshit. That's why they gave people in my opinion, they gave people this notion of fractional reserve banking, because remember, the public cannot mix with the private. Even what I'm saying is almost I shouldn't even say it, because this is a public platform. I should be decent enough to shut my mouth and not talk about this, because I respect the game. But at the same time, I've got people fucking overdosing, and people fucking these worldviews that are getting wrecked, people shooting themselves in the head because they can't pay a mortgage. Well, if you're in that position, I think you should discharge the fucking mortgage and try to fucking beat the bank instead of going and fucking committing suicide. And, you know, my thing is that, like, you know, these are fucking remedies that I've got. And I know they are because I've seen them work. And, you know, it's like flat earth to me. It's like someone can come along with all this yada yada fucking whatever. Fuck you, it's flat. Get off my nuts. You know what I mean? Same shit with this legal shit. And I just think, like, if we understand that fucking, it's when we become of age and aware of our surrounding, they have no jurisdiction. You know what I mean? And it's about entertain, you know, like there is a way through is my message. My message is that, you know, there is a way through this. It's not just this endless, oh my God, there's no way enough to have enough money to, you know, because people really freak out about that notion that there's not enough money in circulation to pay back the national debt. And oh my God, da 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 da. But we all know here about the Atlantic, you know, the Antarctic Treaty. So we know these governments are all working together, and they've got this system of the IMF that they're working, and they're running game on people. And once you see through it, you know, that's the public side, and it's crazy. Go look up the definition of general public. It's brutal. And, you know, they don't think highly of that. And then, but then if you can distinguish yourself, you know what I mean? I don't know. There's a way through. But it's when we're educated enough that we have, you know, liberty. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, the thing is, it's a very complicated, like, how, seriously, I've been studying the kind of concept, exactly what you're talking about. You know, we agree in so much. That,
but yo, look, like
99% of the thing. But the thing is we've been looking at, and think of the process. Think of how much you had to read and truly understand. Now, imagine if you try to get someone that's not prepared. Or pre-prepared or whatever, there's some reason why people go down certain routes, and it seems to be they're pre-prepared for whatever. But people are not prepared for putting in the work. They're too busy with their lives and stuff like that. Maybe they haven't been, you know, I wasn't high educated. And people can say it shows, I don't care. I wasn't high educated. I got a very good primary school education, man. It was awesome when I think about it. And then secondary school, didn't give a fuck. You know, 13 up yours, man. I had a, but everything about the thing is, all the knowledge that when they slag off, you know, I've talked bad about education and stuff, but when I look back at my school, if I just sat back and listened, all the information, all the interest and stuff like the history and stuff like that, I could have gathered that, you know, and you know, as I say, I took it very well that I've been lied about the shape of the earth most of my life. But before that, it was like who I am, the banking system, law, corporations, all that came before flat earth. So that was my preparation for flat earth. As I say, it was just another thing that's been done against us, another lie or another, you know, like fucking fog put in front of reality and sort of, hey, by the way, this is the reality when really it's not, kind of thing, you know. So I was already kind of.
Well, here's my thing. Is that, like,
yeah, like you, that's where I met you, Issa. That's where you know, it was before, you know, it was in lots of other things before, kind of thing. The same as Grim V. I met Mr. Grimm, like when he was talking about, geez, man, it must be eight years ago, maybe talking about vaccinations and stuff like that. So it's just funny.
My thing,
you know,
if you were broken down on the side of the road because your transmission wasn't working, you know, it's like, how long would it take for you to be interested in how to figure out how a transmission works so you could fix it? You know, you're not just going to sit there and go, oh, you know, it's just so complicated. I just don't even, you know, like, no, you're going to take a fucking serious interest in how a transmission operates so you can get your vehicle running so you can get the fuck home. And like, that's how I feel about this in a way. Is like, everyone's like, oh, it's so complicated. Well, we're technically, as a country, broken down on the side of the road, and motherfuckers are just like retarded and don't care. And I think, you know, like,
all right, Issa, here's a great point. I have to interrupt you. Sorry, I do have to interrupt you. Right, here's a great point I always thought about, because I've had this experience so many times, right? Is when I meet normal people that don't like maybe they only look at the cursory level. Not that it's a bad thing or anything. I don't criticise these people. I don't think I'm any better or whatever. I just know different things and they know different things, blah, blah. So I'm thinking of, like, I've had so many conversations with people like that, not online. I mean, in reality, they've talked about, say, they've been pissed off with the government. And then I've said, oh, well, you know, started talking about it, and see, it can start off with the government, and then it like ends up in, you know, a set of controllers or whatever, another system, and it's just too much information. And I know it, and it's so complicated just to say, right, this is all I'm going to talk about, and I'm going to stick to that. You know, that's what my problem's been, is because you always say, oh, why is that? And then you have to say, well, you know, that's happening because of that. You've always got to give the cause to verify it, and it's a complicated thing to explain. You know, hey, you know, what your world view is, you know, like what you think of, you know, what governments are doing, or banks or people, or what wars are about, or, you know, what your job is, what the tax you pay, you know, what energy is, you know, all that kind of stuff is, you know, it's too much, and it's too complicated to tell people, because it's like a spider's web out there. But the truth is, we're getting fucked over big time, man. But all the little causes, you've got to bring someone to there through like a maze, you know, and you know, and that's the hard thing when you go and try to convince people on the outside. It's like it's a bit of a battle.
Well, that's the thing. Yeah. That's why, like, for myself, it's like I come here to be able to discuss these ideas.
Yeah, to vent, or just to exercise the brain.
Well, it's like, you know, what is it? Insanity is like, you know, trying to do the same thing over and over and getting the same results, kind of thing. And like, and I just think, like, with society at large, you know, generally they don't give a fuck about any of this shit. And you know, and then, like, I mean, I've been at dinner tables, and then it's like, this is what I find, you know, Allie, this is what I find interesting, is all the newbies that are like the Alex Jones heads, and like, you know, they're just getting woke up, right? So like now they're all like, there's, you know, because there's extremes on it. Like there's a whole new breed of like people that also are also like, you know, it's Illuminati, satanic control, evil government. We need, you know, and this is why I get against the idea of hating the government, because that's what they want. They want you to want human rights. Because those rights,
but they're relating the people that run it
are not
as what government is. They're perverting
what human rights are not the same as those rights of man. And we live presently under a system that has the rights of man, and they want us to hate that, and they want us to want to destroy it.
No, I hate the people in government. I don't hate government. I believe we do need governance. We need accountants. We need good negotiators, honest accountants, honest negotiators, good, you know, as I say, so they negotiate with other countries, so we can have trade. But we need an honest governance. We're too busy working, Issa, to bother about that shit. I don't mind. I don't mind government.
It's like an honest farmer who's going to tell his sheep what he's going to do to them. They don't do that. And so, like, you know, you recognize you're in a cattle system, and you recognize some people love it. Some people just love it. So there's no reason to explain the shit to them, because they're going to hate you for fucking trying to explain it to them. I mean, literally, I had a friend of mine who's like a pro, you know, Alex Jones guy, and I mentioned it, but told him, I said, hey, you know, you ever heard of Bill Cooper and this, that, the other thing? And anything against Alex Jones is like sacrilegious to this person. And it's like, oh my God. Like, you know what I mean? Like, so I don't even discuss it. I just don't get into the nuance.
Yeah, I never got into that fundamentalist.
I'm saying, like, he's almost there where he's like, you know, onto some interesting shit I could talk to him about. But he's filled with rage against whatever, and, you know, just like the whole Alex Jones show intends you to do. And like, you know, and I just feel like, you know, I'm not going to even, you know, I don't care to try to change this person's opinion about it, because it's like, it's too much, because all of a sudden I'll be an enemy to this person, because I understand that because of what I've seen on even Flat Earth. You know what I mean? Like, you know, have like an ally on Flat Earth, and then they hate you because you think the government's good or something. And, you know, I have this alternative theory that goes against everything to them. And so it's like, it's useless to try to discuss it. But I think what's interesting is that from like, you know, the idea that people around us, we've, you know, have made an effect in the world, and slowly by surely, you know, this information will come out.
Yeah, the only people I get triggered on, because as I say, I'm in Danish, it's legal, I don't care. But the only people that I get triggered with is people that insult my intelligence and act stupid and say stupid things when I'm like, why the fuck did you waste? Did that come out your mouth? You've just spoiled a conversation, or you're saying that because you want to be a dick. And that's the only thing that otherwise I'm mostly, I'm chilled, unless someone, you know when they're like that. There's a guy there, Bob. I'd love to ask him the question about how, you know, he discovered that the distance was 1,000 odd.
Yo, Allie, my girl thinks you should do ASMR book reading.
What's the ASMR?
Braveheart shit, you
Oh.
know. She was like, I can listen to that guy talk. That's funny.
But she's lucky to have a guy like. I have to say, I've got to stick up. I'm lucky to have a guy like you, man. You know, yeah, good stuff, man. Good stuff.
Oh, fuck, dude, I'm telling you, you should just fuck. That's how I started. Even my stuff was I just did a live book reading, and then it became a hangout. And I was reading.
But I'm not interested. You know, I used to have my own channel and stuff like that. I've been through that. I just like meeting up with you. It was the only reason I came on. I seen you, and I seen you were talking. I thought, yeah, I'll come in. I've not heard it. And you and Crypto were having a right good conversation till I spoiled it. But no, it was interesting.
Well, no, I just think because you know what's interesting is like, I mean, you know, if you were gonna game YouTube, right? Let's say you're gonna game it, right? You're gonna fucking come in and you just fucking. The idea is like, okay, I think what you do is, you know, you just create like the most generic shit in the world that people want to watch. Get 1,000 subscribers, monetize it, make a couple of videos, and let it ride. And then you get some money from AdSense. You know, Google owes me 1,000 fucking bucks. Or AdSense. When they demonetized me, I'd never collected the money. Oh, it's almost $2,000 actually. You know, but that was just, you know, from what we were doing. But I just think
another good thing about these.
Just gaming the system.
Sorry.
Oh no, go on.
But another good thing about these arenas is there's so many, like, you know, thought-provoking people like yourself, Issa. I've known you for ages. There's like Geo. There's a guy, Percentage. That Silent Zone. Listening, Crypto. You know, some interest. You know, you can have really good conversations. You know, when we're kind of left to talk amongst ourselves, but also when, you know, it's good to listen when, you know, there's a bit of controversy, some all earther comes in, or there's an argument about a fraction. It's, you know, there's some loads of out there thinkers, man, which is good. That's encouraging. That's what I like about here. I like yourself, you know. And Dawn as well. I've always got a soft spot for Dawn.
Yeah, I like when, you know, I like
I think he's trying to talk.
Narrative challenged. I don't know. Yeah, Dawn. Yeah, Dawn's always good when he's talking to like the religious ballers.
He only pisses me off a couple of times, maybe. Right. If I had about an hour conversation with him, he'd probably piss me off twice. And I'm like you. I've got that thing about forgive, you know, move on kind of thing, because, you know, when you kind of hold, you know, grudges or whatever, you know, it's like, I always think, it's bad energy thought, you know, so fuck it. I won't bother, you know, better to forgive, who cares, you know, stand up, walk away, blah, blah, no harm done, no revenge, who cares, you know, and kind of move on like that. I just when folk condescend me when they say something stupid, and it's just, fuck, what did you say that for? You're just rude, you know, you're quite happy having a nice little kind of semi-argument, and then they just, the argument they give you is like just weak. It's just like they've run out of ideas, man. You've got halfway into a conversation or a discussion with someone.
Well, you know they're on the ropes. You know they're on the ropes when they start coming.
Yeah, I know, and that's what I say. It used to be when the insults. Remember, you knew their limits, Issa, when they started insulting you. That used to be the old one. But now they just say something stupid. They don't, you know what I mean? They've learned. We've told them not to insult us so much. They get kicked off, or the flat earthers stop interacting. So they've kind of, you know, changed. Not all of them, but a lot of them have changed. I think, right, I'll try not to insult them.
I gotta say, it's funny. I was listening to a conversation between a flat earther and a baller, and it almost made me want to go join the baller side, because the flat earther was such a like, if you're condescending on either side of this argument, like, fuck you. You know what I mean? That's what I don't like. I don't like to hear, like, well, you're thinking about it wrong. What you don't understand is that, you know, like, as soon as you're condemning somebody as, like, lesser than, you know, like, that's where I feel like, okay, fuck you. You know what I mean? I don't care what side of this fucking thing is on, because you're not going to decide the shape of the earth. So just on the grounds of whatever we're talking about, fuck you, I'm on the other side. Because I don't like, you know, attitude, man. That's what just irritates me. And it's like, that's where I thought, like, when you see the ballers behave like that, that's why I came out like, you know, well, oh, good for you. Fuck you, flat earth. You know what I mean? Like, because they were acting like condescending assholes, and we were being like, well, what about this? What about that?
Yeah, but you were patient, Louisa. I have to say, I admire you for that. And as I say, I was never one of these people that we fell out, but it was about law or something like that. Or something. But the fact is, I always liked to wait, and I did always, because because I've got such a temper when I first started, and that's why I think I admired yourself, Cathexis, people now like SE Montreal, and like Geo, when you guys were getting into discussions when I was first, the way that you handled the insults and the condescension and kind of thing, it made me actually harder at being softer, if you know what I mean, being able to take it and keep calm. So it was like people like yourself, and as I say, the names I just mentioned, my mate Chris Effie as well.
I always thought it was funny, because my whole thing was like, oh, you're upset? Like, come and fight me. Like,
but you always kept it nice on a good.
You know what I mean? Like, I was like, well, right, but I was like, you know, hey, I was like, it's cool. Like, you know, if you're that upset, you know what I mean? Like, I got a gym, I got a ref, let's do it. You know,
but it was never that passive aggressive. But it was never passive aggressive, because it was naturally, that was the way you were handling it. You chose to handle it that way or whatever. And there was, you know, there was a lot less. There was very little, shall I say, just when you were being funny, you know, that kind of thing. But most of the time it was like a natural. But it was a natural kind of way of handling things, like Geo as well. And as I say, you know, like, yeah, but you know, that's kind of just that also. And that's what I learned to do. So it's only just, and even sometimes, you know, when they do get condescending or whatever, I have to be at my limit. You know, sometimes I just go along and, you know, participate in the charade of actually being interested, just for fun. And that's what I learned off, like, as I say, you guys or whatever, was actually to take it that one step further instead of just cutting it there.
That's why I always thought that, you know, it's all about, that's why I always kind of thought about, like, I talk about the 4-door and conditional acceptance and stuff. And I always felt like, you know, this is what's so interesting about the debate, is that you can work on that reflex of conditional acceptance. You know what I mean? Like, you know, where you're not ending the negotiations, you're making a better offer. And I just think
exactly.
You know, like,
there was always an agreement. You try to get an agreement. As I say, it was you know, it was another way of looking at it, kind of thing, you know.
Yeah, man, it was fun. Hey, forgive me, brother. I am gonna dip for about 20 minutes. I'll be back if you're around, though.
I might not be around, because I'm just going to get myself some food now. I was a busy weekend. So.
Cool. I might be back quicker. I'm not too sure yet. I got to do a couple.
Yeah, but nice one, anyways. That was a great chat.
Right, Ali. Love you, dude. Good to hear you.
You guys cleared the fucking room out.
I know it. I'm the
He
worst.
killed the fucking roomies. Nice work.
I know. I do it every time too. Every time, dude. I fucking do it. I know.
I don't bet.
I destroy it, and then I'm like, all right, I gotta go.
Thanks. All right, see
Yeah.
ya.
Sorry, guys. Forgive me. Still
Later,
love
he
you.
said.
Peace, guys.
Fuck that. It's not correct. What up, Bob?
Hello.
These guys are legit, and Jem's still trying to say that that's not the Coriolis effect. Unfucking believable. I told Zanuck, I'm like, yo, you better get your people fucking straightened out, bro. It's not like us where we can have different opinions on things. These guys need to stick to the script.
What? Didn't we have didn't you have several of them agreeing that is indeed still Coriolis? What?
Yeah,
What
even with Kosho was in there. Kosho was in there fighting for me. He wasn't speaking at first. I'm like, yo, tell him, Kosho. And Kosho had to fucking speak. Yeah, Kosho had to step up and be like, yo, it is the Coriolis effect. Started pulling out citations from colleges and shit.
What? I guess what is their excuse? What are they? How are they arguing this? What the heck?
I don't know, bro. It's fucking amazing. Absolutely. You know why they need this desperately to not be Coriolis? Because they need there to be some kind of there to be some kind of force or something happening. And with my example, there's no. How many times have you heard them say Coriolis effect is the conservation of momentum or the conservation of angular momentum? I've heard them say it at least dozens of times. You know what I mean? And in my example, there is no angular momentum. The ball just goes in a straight line back and forth like it always does. There's never it doesn't have anything to do with conservation of momentum. The ball conserves its own momentum going in a straight line. Yeah, it does that without Coriolis force anyways, so it's irrelevant.
It's so stupid they even try to call it a force to begin with. It's what a dumb concept. This thing that we know is only visual, we're gonna say that it's a force somehow.
Yeah, because it goes against Newtonian mechanics. They try to make it. I don't know. It's weird. Weird. When you start bringing in inertial, non-inertial reference frames, that's where Newtonian mechanics falls apart. And they need Newton. They need this to be conservation of angular momentum. They can't have my example be Coriolis because it fucks their whole shit up. Anyone that's ever said Coriolis effect is the conservation of angular momentum is just dumb. And they say that just to be smart. They don't even know which type of conservation of angular momentum. One of the funniest things on Oakley's was this guy Akuma virus. He goes on there. He's like, yeah, Coriolis is the conservation of momentum. And they're like, what type? And he's like, what the fuck? I don't know. And then he's like, okay, it's angular. Okay, type of angular. Crying at this point. He's like, what the fuck, man? No, you know what I mean? He's like, no, there was two types. They don't even know what they're claiming. And the whole time he's like, so you want us to explain? He's like, well, which two types are there? You don't know. This is your claim. They're like, you want us to explain your claim to you? He's like, no, but I want to know which type it is. He's like, so you want us to explain your claim to you?
You're supposed to be cleaning up schools, not cleaning up his mess of an argument.
Is this right? Out of control, man. Out of control. Wait till Zanuck gets a hold of these motherfuckers.
Have you ever held on to something so hard when you even though you had started to realize it was wrong,
or you knew it was wrong now because someone had proved you like, but you just clung to it so hard anyway. Like, is there anything in your whole life that you have clung to as hard as they cling to this, even when they're straight up just staring right at the thing that they are absolutely incorrect about?
I think so.
I don't know that I've ever done that. Like when I was a small child, I know that I lied to my parents. There was at least several times that I lied to my parents. And one of the times my dad asked me over and over again, and I think he probably picked up on the fact that I was lying to him about a candy bar or whatever. But this isn't even necessarily that. Like, it's not necessarily like they did something wrong and they're lying about it. This is like they were mistaken or misunderstood or something, and they should be able to see clearly that they got it wrong, and they won't just admit that it was wrong. I don't know. It's just, I don't know if I've ever like clung to something that I had recognized was incorrect like that. I don't know. Maybe not. Or maybe they just can't allow themselves to admit to themselves or anyone else that they got it incorrect. I don't know.
See, the problem is these guys know me, and these guys know it's not over with this. It's more than just being incorrect on this. This is like they built a house of cards, and I'm like tugging at the card on the bottom with this.
Nice.
That's why they have to fight for it. It's because it's not over. They can't just be wrong on it. Like, you make it sound so simple, like, oh, I was just wrong on something. But your thing doesn't lead you to being wrong on like 10 other things.
Yeah.
I mean, nice try with the analogy, but like it's like there's way more to it.
Like this Jeremy guy, if we give him an inch, he's gonna take 1,600 more miles.
Oh yeah, I'm
We're
fucking
done.
going nonstop. We ain't gonna stop with this. They know it too, because they know I just don't come in with some bullshit and just like, whatever. Like, I'm going right at them. I'm going at those bottom cards. Their foundation's all fucked up. With it, when it comes to almost everything, gravity, they made an absolute shit show out of gravity, dude. Absolute shit show. Gravity's got them all fucked up, bro. I got people saying Newton's wrong. I got people saying Einstein shit don't work. Like, it's crazy. Einstein's on his way out, probably within the next 10 or 20 years or something. We'll see. It just doesn't work.
What do you think they'll do? You think they'll like get one of their NASA guys or ladies and like puff them up real big and just be like, oh, here's this amazing scientist who just destroyed Einstein. He blew everything wide open, or something like that. Or
I
you
don't
think
know.
they'll like try and go subtle with it and just kind of like slowly try to remove Einstein from everything, basically.
Yeah, we'll be going through the same thing with Einstein in 40 years that we've been going through with Newton for the past fucking, however long. Like, I got a 2020 Nobel Physics Prize winner saying Newton's laws are broke or don't work or something to that effect. And these guys will argue with it. I'm like, yo, it's the 2020 Nobel Physics Prize winner. You are not smart. Like, you're telling me you're smarter than this person. Because they live and die by that shit. Oh, you got no credentials. Who are you? You're a janitor.
Tell that to me, and I'll be like, I don't give a crap. What they can
Yeah, I know you wouldn't.
Jump in the lake, but for them, that's like possibly a huge deal.
That doesn't mean anything to me either. But with these guys, they want the credentials. This isn't coming from a janitor. It's coming from the 2020 Nobel Physics Prize winner. It means a lot to them. Me or you, yeah, it's whatever. But these guys live and die by that sword. Hey, we got light traveling at a different speed through a vacuum. That's fucking killed Einstein right there. Then you got the galaxies moving apart at faster than light speeds from each other. That breaks Newton's again. They did an ad hoc thing for that called dark energy, though. They don't have any excuse for this new one they did with the light traveling at a different speed through a vacuum. There's no ad hoc shit you can even give for that. All you can say is you can't use speed, distance, time equations to figure out the speed of light, which is absurd. Absolutely absurd. That's another big one, dude. That speed of light. Bandsaw's got a thing where they got it going different speeds in the same medium. So we got to go in different speeds in a vacuum, different speeds through the same medium. Because magnetics has an effect on light when it's in a medium. That's why bandsaws work.
I don't really like I get what you're saying, and it's like I don't mind arguing like as if this is accurate because it's like it's their thing. It's kind of like the Nobel Prize thing. Like I don't mind arguing it like because they think that it's something real, and so it's like here, look, your science, your people are saying this thing, and you're not agreeing, but I don't really buy into all that stuff. Like I'm not convinced that light travels at all. I'm not convinced that it's a particle or a wave or anything like that. None of that seems to make actual sense to me. It seems like light is either there or not there. That's the way that's the way it seems to work to me.
Yeah, like I don't know about all the things of light being a particle or a wave or whatever. Like whatever, that shit don't even mean whatever. I don't know. I could be agnostic on that. Whatever. I don't care. Like the point is, these guys, you know, I'm always working within their model, basically. Because what else you know? That's how I can just ruin their shit, but I got to work within their model, though.
Right. Yeah, I get that. That's what I mean. Like, I don't mind working inside their rule set to kind of like basically poke and prod at them. Be like, hey, this doesn't line up. This doesn't make sense. Your people are saying this. What's going on? You know?
Yeah. They tried to play me earlier because they got the atmosphere doing this. The atmosphere does this super rotation, they call it, or something. I forgot the exact words they use, but when you get to like 200 kilometers, the atmosphere does a super rotation. First, they tried to argue me that it's not the atmosphere. I'm like, okay, what does this guy mean when he says the atmosphere? When you go 200 kilometers above what? So that they just tried doing these cheap like tactics. I don't know what their game is. Because at first they tried saying they could explain it easily with fluid dynamics, and in the article written by a guy who graduated from Oxford in the physics department is currently a physicist, because they tried using that on me too. They're like, "This is just an article on a forum." I'm like, "Well, okay, let's see who wrote it." It wasn't an article on a forum. It was an article. It was an article or something. Anyways. Fluid dynamics doesn't explain it because the thing goes on to say it's fucking unexplainable. Let me see if I can find a link. Oh, here we go. Above 200 kilometers, however, the incredibly thin atmosphere actually spins faster than the Earth. The cause of this bizarre super rotation effect remains unclear, but has also been detected on Venus.
Oh,
so I'm like, you're telling me fluid dynamics explains this bizarre super rotation effect that remains unclear. Fluid dynamics explains it? Like that can't be your argument.
It's almost like they're pulling stuff out of their rear end, Jeremy, just to try and shut us down.
Yo, they're doing shit on the fly. I used to freestyle this back in the day when I was brand new. I wasn't running off of anything I even knew. I was like making some of these arguments up as I went along. I'd be like, well, wait, this doesn't make sense, you know? Yeah. And then I'd point it out. And these guys are doing that, but they're not as good as me. They're just not as good. I'm just better than them. That's all there is to it.
Nice.
It's fine.
I'm a million times humble as thou art.
No ego. I'm just way better than them dudes. I fuck with Kosho all the time with that. I'm like, dude, I'm a flat earther. We're smarter, quicker, sharper. We're just wittier than you guys are.
You should tell him that, like, just we're smarter, we're better, we're faster. You guys, your ego is too big. It's getting to you. Yeah.
Oh, that's good. I'm gonna use that one. That's fucking good, Miles. Good. Cause of this bizarre super rotation effect remains unclear. The incredibly thin, above 200 kilometers, talking about Earth.
Well,
say, however, the incredibly thin atmosphere. They were like trying to argue with me that it's not the atmosphere. I'm like, dude, they're telling us the incredibly thin okay, it's thin, yet it's still the atmosphere of Earth, obviously 200 kilometers.
Well,
talking about 200.
Whoever wrote this article, obviously, their first mistake was to not be in here on these discords where the real science happens, Jeremy. Okay? He's not on the tip of the iceberg, the front lines like we are.
Yeah, some guy asked, how does the atmosphere rotate with Earth? Rod Lennox, I have no idea who the fuck that is. Not important. Totally irrelevant, that guy's name. However, the guy that answered it is called Robert Matthews. He's the physicist, guy who graduated from Oxford. That's one of the best fucking colleges in the world, right? Everyone always uses the Oxford dictionary and shit. This is like the best of the best right here, telling us that it's a super thin atmosphere, it spins faster than Earth, and it's a bizarre super rotation effect, and it remains unclear. How can you argue? Like, if you're in their paradigm, you can't really argue with that.
I wonder if we should, like, really try and trap them hard. Like, have them make a list of, like, credible sources or whatever. Like have them make a list of, like, places that they say that's the credible sources where they'll believe information or whatever. Just like I don't even know if they would do it. I don't know if they would even.
They would never
provide. Cause like that might be part of it, is that they can just like bounce around and say, oh well, these guys they're just that they're getting that part wrong or whatever. Like, and just keep like going to different places to get the little snippet that they need or whatever.
Yeah, bro, this guy, Robert Matthews, after studying physics at Oxford, Robert became a science writer. He's visiting professor in science at Aston University. Like, this is like the cream of the crop right here, this guy.
He's one of the ones that would end up in their priesthood or whatever.
University is ranked 401 in the world university ranking. This is a top 500 school on Earth. He teaches at science. You just can't go against this. He came from Oxford, like bullshit.
Maybe next time, like when you bring up someone like that and they disagree with them, just be like, what science are you telling me to follow? What science are you telling me to go to? If I grab this guy from this school, it's like one of the most prestigious places that's upheld by your scientific system. Like, what science are you telling me to believe then? Because you're disagreeing with this guy.
Yeah, this Aston University that he actually teaches science at right now was the first college in the UK, evolving into UK's first college of advanced technology in 1956. But still, they're 401 on the list today. So that's in colleges in the fucking world, bro. That's up there. There's a lot of colleges.
This year for college, by the way.
What's up?
So that sounds like a suspicious year for college, for anything, maybe. 1956, isn't that the Antarctic Treaty year or something? Maybe?
Oh, maybe, yeah.
Or maybe like the year after or whatever. Like, I think I'm like automatically suspicious of stuff that's like that started in the 1950s, just because of like how close that is to like the Antarctic Treaty stuff, and then like I think it's like right near the end of the 50s is when they start doing the space stuff, right? So it's like anything that's going on like at least mid to late 50s, I'm pretty much automatically suspicious of it.
Definitely, but this guy is highly accredited, telling us they don't know why this shit even happens, let alone, it's easily explained by fluid dynamics. They've always said fluid dynamics is why that accounts for the atmosphere's rotation the way it is. But it doesn't, because obviously, from what this physicist just told us, it's unclear and whatever he said.
Wouldn't the fact that the atmosphere isn't a fluid discount the fluid dynamics from explaining it?
What's up?
I mean, I'm just a layman, okay? Obviously, I'm no atmosphere scientist, but wouldn't the fact that the atmosphere isn't a fluid disqualify fluid dynamics from explaining it?
No, they got gases and liquids as fluid, or yeah, gases and liquids as fluid.
Oh, okay. I just whenever I hear it, it's like, well, the atmosphere isn't a fluid, so it's not fluid dynamics. But
no, they got gas. They got gas and liquid. Gas and liquid are in the fluid like category.
Oh, okay.
The cause of this bizarre superrotation effect remains unclear. It doesn't sound like we know it's fluid dynamics. If he did, he would have been like, its effects is easily explained by fluid dynamics. Does this guy not know fluid dynamics is a thing, or I don't know?
He needs to get in here, get into the Discord scene, so he can learn what's up from all these, top tier scientists that we're dealing with, top tier ballers.
Yeah, let's find another one from nature.com. They get boners over this nature. Here's Times knowledge. Above 200 kilometers, where the atmosphere is incredibly thin, scientists observe that the atmosphere spins faster than Earth. This bizarre atmosphere rotation has also been observed on Venus. Now, if it was fluid dynamics, they wouldn't be labeling it as some kind of bizarre fluid rotation or atmosphere rotation. They'd be labeling it as this is well described within fluid dynamics and is totally not bizarre or unclear or unexplained.
As we already knew from fluid dynamics in basic science, or like it wouldn't be described as this bizarre thing that seems not understood, like in line with fluid dynamic projections or whatever, something. something.
Yeah, something with the effect of, in line with fluid dynamic math or whatever. Yeah, with fluid dynamic physics or whatever. Like they would say something like, "Oh, we know exactly why this happens because of fluid dynamics." That's what the people that know what's going on. They're saying it's unclear and bizarre. There's dickheads on the internet in Discord saying it's fluid dynamics. Who am I going to believe? All the fucking expert scientists around the world, or just some dickhead on Discord? Who do you want to go with, Bob?
I mean, honestly, probably D, none of the above. But I mean, if we have to pick,
I mean, you can't be coming from the mainstream side of things and then saying some crazy shit, going totally against what they're saying.
yeah. Oh! Next time they do that, call them conspiracy theorists. Science deniers. Call them science deniers. Like, here, this guy right here from Oxford. He's over here. He's teaching it. He's calling it this. You guys are just science deniers.
What up, Gio?
Yo, what up? Up there.
Just so you know, 200 kilometers above Earth.